Okay, time for agenda review. Are there any items for review?
Mr. Mayor, we do have one supplemental item on agenda item 9A. It is before you this evening. They are responses to some of the questions we received during the budget public meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Luevanos, you have something?
Yes, Mayor, we received several public comments via email regarding the lack of transparency for the budget process. So I would like to ask if we could move the budget to our later meeting in June so that public would have more time to look at it. Do I need a motion for that?
Yes, you would. What item is that?
9A.
9A.
9A. Okay, we have a response, I think, to, and you did communicate with folks that did come in, correct? Or you know what, let's just wait until 9A comes up and we'll discuss it at that time, council member.
We could choose to continue it at that time if we so chose, could we not?
That's what, kind of discuss means the same thing. We'll
Sorry.
discuss at that time to see what we're gonna do.
I can make the motion at 9A to continue the
Yes,
budget item. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I
Fair
reserve
enough.
that right. Thank you.
okay.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second?
Motion and second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, declaration of conflict. If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Seeing nobody, I think we're in good shape. 1D.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, presentation of certificates of commendation to the Grace Brethren World Champions Ventura County teams, 986A and 6986E, for receiving their Create Awards and Amaze Awards. And Samantha Argabride is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Tonight, we are pleased to welcome back members of the Grace Brethren robotics teams. Tonight, we are recognizing teams 986A and 6986E, who won the Create Award and Amaze Award, respectfully, at the 2022 VEX Robotics World Championship in Dallas, Texas, in early May. The season began with 20,000 teams from 50 nations that competed in 1,200 events to earn the right to qualify for the Worlds. Finally, 813 high school teams and 507 middle school teams from 40 nations qualified for the World Championships. Team 986A won the Create Award for a team that built a robot that incorporates the most creative engineering design solution to the season's game. From high school team 986A, I'd like to invite the following individuals to come forward to receive your certificate. Ian Nelson, team captain, programmer, and world ambassador, and Sergeant at Arms for our very own Youth Council. Owen Zahn, builder, driver, and world ambassador. Jia Wang, CAD designer and engineering notebook lead. Benjamin Solomon, logistics and builder. Cicely Nelson, team 986A mentor.
We have, there it is, a few certificates here. I'll ask Ian to make sure I give them to the correct people. And we'll start with you, sir.
And then when we finish that, we'll head on to team 6986E. Yes, and now we'll invite them up.
So as you can tell, this guy is moving right along everywhere we go. We see him.
Mr. Mayor, we have another team that we're going to bring up also.
Let's do it.
Team 6986E won the Amaze Award for a team who has built the most consistently high-scoring and competitive robot and autonomous programming effective, successful, and consistent with the students' ability to understand and explain how they work together to develop their robot. For middle school team 6986E, I'd like to invite the following individuals to come forward. Landry Learman, programmer, CJ Ward, builder and driver, Joshua Kohler, engineering notebook, and Tan Kohler, team 6986E mentor. Congratulations to both teams.
Now, is there some chance that while I was surfing the television channels, we saw you on TV with your robots?
Actually a chance, yes.
Yeah, so it was, your event was televised, and it was from where in Texas?
Dallas.
Dallas, Texas. All right, great. I wish we could have it out here so we could see it operate. That would be incredible. Maybe in the future we'll do that.
Next year's game's gonna be a lot cooler, so.
Okay.
You want it? Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and Simi thanks you very much, and the entire council thanks you.
I have to tell you that Ian Nelson and Owen Zahn are the world ambassadors for excellence in robotics and leadership.
Wow.
All right, well, we need young adult leaders, and you're sure filling those shoes, so thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 1D2, a presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of June 2022 as LGBTQ Pride Month, and Samantha Argabright will read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. This evening, to accept the proclamation, we have AJ Holmes from Diversity Collective and Cassandra Douglas, who organized Simi Pride last year. If you'd both please come forward as I read the proclamation. Whereas on June 28, 1969, the LGBTQ community took a brave stand for human rights at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, marking a monumental step for LGBTQ equal rights. And whereas each June, cities and towns throughout the United States celebrate LGBTQ Pride Month to acknowledge the bravery it takes for LGBTQ people to come out as their true selves, build community, and promote equal rights for all. And whereas a tremendous amount of progress has been made since Stonewall, members of the LGBTQ community still face discrimination simply for being who they are. And whereas Pride Month offers the community an opportunity to reflect upon the discrimination and violence that LGBTQ people have endured while celebrating and embracing the work of individuals and organizations who continue to fight for equality for all. Now therefore, the month of June 2022 is hereby proclaimed LGBTQ Pride Month in the city of Simi Valley in recognition of the contributions of the LGBT community and the work that continues for equal rights for all, presented this 13th day of June 2022.
Okay, so I think I won't get overruled on this, but Mr. City Manager, how about if we light the city sign and the appropriate lights out front in the rainbow colors to honor the Pride Month?
We can do that.
And I do have a flag that I bought.
Very good.
I'll bring it up at 9B.
Okay, so we'll do that for the month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. And AJ has something to say?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor Mashburn, and thank you to the Simi Valley Council members. On behalf of Diversity Collective Ventura County, it is our pleasure to accept this year's 2022 Pride Proclamation from the city of Simi Valley. For many LGBTQ residents, we celebrate Pride 365 days a year. Our pride shows up in ways in the ways we live authentically, and in the ways we move through a world that might seek to do us harm, and for the folks that aren't ready to be out just yet. We stand on the shoulders of generations of LGBTQ activists, past and present, as we move towards creating the world we want to see. At Diversity Collective Ventura County, our mission is to provide advocacy, visibility, safety, and wellness for the LGBTQ+ community. We invite you all to join us in our mission by attending some of the area's upcoming events. June 25th is LGBTQ Pride in Oxnard. As well, on June 25th, Ventura Coast Brewery is holding a Pride fundraiser event for DCVC. June 26th, the city of Camarillo is having their first Pride event. As well, on June 26th, there's a Ojai Pride picnic and Pride walk. And please, even though it's a couple months in advance, save the date for August the 20th for Ventura County's Pride Parade in Plaza Park in downtown Ventura. For more information, you can email us at info@diversitycollective.org. And our ask to our city council and to all of Ventura County residents is that we continue to move beyond words and into actions. Thank you, by the way, for the lights, the flag, etc. That's what we're talking about. Being an ally is not just an adjective. It is showing up and being love in motion. And speaking off the page very briefly, I come from a small town in Middle Tennessee. I'm very new to Southern California. I own a business in Ventura County. I live in Oxnard. This is an excellent place to live and work, and it's because of people like you allowing things like this to happen, empowering things like this to happen, that's the case. So thank you all once again. Have a good evening.
Thank you, AJ. I think it goes without saying that those of you that are my age at least, maybe a little older or younger, a lot of you are younger, I guarantee that. Back in the 90s, what
Talking about the gay pride event we had out here?
We had a
98, if I remember correctly.
and it was fully supported by the city and permitted by the city. So we're not new at this celebration, and we appreciate it, and will continue to do so. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 1D3, presentation of an honorary resolution in celebration of Juneteenth. And Heidi DiNardo is here to read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Whereas the day of respect and remembrance called Juneteenth, a combination of the words June and 19th, marks the anniversary of the arrival of Union General Gordon Granger in Galveston, Texas, in 1865, were 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the most distant slave states learned of the end of enslavement with the words, "All slaves are free." And whereas we acknowledge the heritage and contributions that Black Americans have made to shape the cultural, academic, social, economic, and moral attributes of the United States in spite of slavery and the laws that enforce racial discrimination on them. And whereas America must never forget that the racially motivated violence against Black Americans from enslavement to lynchings to segregation as examples of violence against Black Americans unfortunately continue with the recent mass shooting tragedy in Buffalo, New York. And whereas we must collectively strive to affirm the promise of the Declaration of Independence to all Americans, that all people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that it hereby encourages all citizens to honor June 19th as a day of reflection, education, and commitment to end racism and all forms of dehumanization. Presented this 13th day of June, 2022.
Real quick. Feel like, wow. With today's technology, just think if the folks back on June 10th, never mind.
19th.
That if they had had the internet and could have gotten that wonderful news as quickly as we get our news today. So we'll start making up for lost time. and make darn sure that we celebrate with them that major achievement. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D4, presentation of certificates of appreciation to outgoing ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee members, and Ben Gonzalez is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Two of the city's ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee members have successfully completed their 2-year term and are being recognized this evening for their commitment and service to the city. As members of the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee, they have worked closely with staff in reviewing and making recommendations on public transportation issues affecting individuals with special needs. Outgoing member Stephen Dean is not present. However, outgoing member Donna Delaney is present this evening. I would like to ask Ms. Delaney to please come forward.
She's got a certificate.
Please recognize their service and present present their certification of recognition.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted. To speak for this public statements, item 2, for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker card for item 2. Bruce Boyer?
Regular speaker here. Wasn't going to speak on the presentations until I saw what they were. There's two I'm going to speak to. I don't think anybody would argue with me if they said the city should not promote a position of anti or against people choose to be homosexual or bisexual or whatever they are. The city would be absolutely wrong to take that position. You would be favoring one viewpoint over another. You would be promoting a viewpoint. It's the same when you promote a viewpoint. The city is wrong to promote a viewpoint to lift up people based on a sexual orientation, a behavioral choice. You are discriminating in favor of one self-identified group by their behavior, and you discriminate against the others. You're going to light up lights for one group. You're going to put up flags for somebody's social, political, or religious position. You can't do that. Last year I sent a letter to the city. I put you on notice. It is wrong to discriminate. No matter what your lofty ideals are, it is wrong to discriminate. You don't lift up one group above everybody else. That's wrong. It's called discrimination. I am against discrimination. What people want to do is what they want to do. Really ain't none of my business. But it is our business that the city elevates certain behaviors and groups. That's discrimination.
Mr. Boyer, this is the opportunity for you to talk about public statements related to appointments, presentations, and informational reports. That would be under 3A, 3B, and 3C.
And that's what I'm speaking to, so I'll reserve those 7 seconds. So that is as to your proclamation. Now, let's talk about Juneteenth. My family's from Texas. We knew about Juneteenth long before most other people did. That's when the slaves were told they were free. What made them free? The guns of the soldiers of the Union Army made them free. Well, they knew about the Emancipation Proclamation before that. It's 2.5, 3 years old. Why were they not free? They were enslaved because they couldn't own guns. So what did the slaveholders do after 1865? They made sure all the former slaves were disarmed so they couldn't vote. They had no rights. The gun control being pushed today is the gun control that was pushed in the 1800s, that free black men and women could not own guns. It was pushed in the 1800s so then free black men and women could not defend themselves to be lynched. Gun control today is about disarming people to enslave them, and my time is done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3A1, appointment of Simi Valley Arts Commissioners, and David Yoshitomi is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The Simi Valley Arts Commission annually reviews both the operating budget and the operating plan for the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center prior to City Council approval. The Commission is also tasked with reviewing capital purchase recommendations, grants, and other opportunities to make the arts accessible for all members of the community. Membership on the Arts Commission is comprised of 7 members, including 2 City Council members, 1 Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center Foundation representative, and 4 City Council appointed public members, as well as 1 alternate member. All public members serve staggered 2-year terms of office. There will be 3 City Council appointed vacancies, 2 regular members and 1 alternate member on the Arts Commission on June 30th, 2022. The city initiated a recruitment on March 1, 2022, and 6 applications were received. Staff held orientations for all new applicants on April 5th and April 7th. On April 25th, the City Council selected a council member judge to serve on the interview committee with a continuing arts commissioner. Councilmember Judge and Arts Commissioner Savell interviewed the applicants on May 17th and May 20th and nominated 3 for appointment for 2-year terms on the Arts Commission. These terms begin July 1, 2022 and conclude on June 30th, 2024. The nominees are as follows, and if you're here tonight, please step down. John D'Antona, Janet Plant, and Stephanie Wilson as the alternate member. It is recommended that the City Council approve and the mayor appoint these nominated applicants to the Simi Valley Arts Commission. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions at this time.
I just have one question, if I may, Mayor. May I ask a question? Sure. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that those who are being appointed, thank you for stepping up and volunteering, that they're aware that if there's any conflict of interest, I know one of the applicants said, was an actor, actress, that, when it comes to deciding what shows will be there, that there's no conflict of interest.
I think they've been interviewed, and the staff discusses
And those decisions are not part of this commission's purview.
Okay. I was asking the staff the question, so is that, yes? Is
Yeah,
that
we
part of
have
the
not
process?
found any conflict of interest among the applicants.
Okay, thank you.
So we thank you so much for becoming part of our commission, and look forward to your leaving.
They're coming.
Coming.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion? Okay, thank you. I move to approve and the mayor appoint the 3 applicants nominated to the Simi Valley Arts Commission for 2-year terms.
Second?
And for the record, I have plans.
Thank you.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, we have one more speaker for item 2 for appointments.
Okay.
Sandra Aldine.
Good evening, City Council members. I just wanted to go ahead and thank you. I had the lovely honor of meeting Councilmember Luevanos this weekend at your Pride event, and I was very, very flattered to be able to speak with her about the way in which the city embraces both people with disabilities and people who identify as something other than what we would consider the norm, right? I appreciate your proclamation for LGBTQ, in particularly our youth. I am formerly appointed by the governor to represent the Central Coast at the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, where I did a lot of work related to our youth. And I currently am the Ventura County representative at the Consumer Advisory Committee at the University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities for Children's Hospital Los Angeles, where we were invited to march in this year's Pride Parade and found several barriers, unfortunately, for people with disabilities. We do know that about 20% of individuals with disabilities identify on the LGBTQ spectrum, and we know that they, because of that intersectionality, have difficulty in accessing both social and other types of services that are highly necessary, in particularly healthcare. And so I really do appreciate the work that you are doing to make sure that they know that this is a positive and embracing community to assist them in their needs.
Thank you very much. Your words mean a lot to us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A2, appointment of Americans with Disabilities Act ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee members, and Ben Gonzalez is presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. A recent recruitment was conducted to fill the terms of 4 members and 1 alternate position of the Americans with Disability Act Paratransit Advisory Committee. Mayor Mashburn and Councilmember Luevanos interviewed 6 candidates on May 3rd, 2022. I will announce the names of the nominated individuals and ask them to come forward for the mayor and city council members to recognize. First, Ruth Laurel, member. Leanne Ford, member. Isabel Huerta, member. And Teresa Lewis, member. And also not present is Rebecca McCann. She will be the alternate.
Well, because you're a good servant. How's that? She says, they keep picking me and I don't know why. I would know. But the ADA transit is so important to this valley, and I think we're hearing time and time again what a great job the transportation unit does getting folks around and continuously working to make it even stronger, better, and good service. Come on up. Okay, only of you? See, we can take all the time we want because I'm taller than you, and that doesn't happen very often.
It's not ready. No, it's on an apps. I'm sorry. Here, there you go.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I move to approve and the mayor appoint the 5 applicants nominated to the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee.
A second?
That one wanted to stay with me.
And Mayor, do you want to vote?
Yes. And I will appoint after the vote is tallied.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4, public statements. During this agenda item number 4, the City Council will hear public statements from the first 10 persons who have submitted speaker cards. After the first 10 persons have spoken, subsequent persons who submitted speaker cards will be called on to speak during agenda item number 6, which is a continuation of agenda item number 4. Agenda items number 4 and agenda item number 6 are all times allotted for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public statements item 4 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, we received 9 speaker cards.
I'm sorry?
9 speaker cards. The first speaker is Douglas Bamforth. Mr. Bamforth?
Hello? As we read or watch those tragic events that have been happening in our schools and listen to our president, it becomes very clear no one wants to talk about the real cause of these tragedies. They all want to become either a ballistics expert or turn it into political statements. I want to talk to you about the real reason and cure, and that is mental health. Until we totally remove the stigma of mental health and start applying it, we will continue to have these tragedies. As we look back on them, we see the signs, but do not act for fear of being wrong. This cannot continue. Children who feel outcast or feel bullied, or they themselves become bullies, need the help that we as a modern society owe to them. One of the causes that I feel contributes is violent video games that desensitize them to violence and make it seem like blowing people's heads off or chopping their bodies is normal. My answer to that is wrong. It is not okay. In regards to what they use to commit these acts, it does not matter. Once the decision is made, anything from a lowly pen that I have in my hand here, or if we can always remember Timothy McVeigh in Oklahoma City, or Jim Jones in Jonestown. Again, I say we need to get our children and adults the mental care that they need, that this is the only thing that will stop this senseless violence. These hands here can do a lot more than what you think, but they're controlled by this. Mental health should become our #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evelyn Gatewood.
Hi, my name's Evelyn Gatewood. I'm from Simi Valley. Mayor, council members, I want to talk about the health benefits funding for retired personnel. Funding is currently as low as 2%. This is not new news. Page 22 of the proposed budget. We need to be sincere and announce to the people counting on this benefit that the benefit has been reduced due to lack of funding. The cost to start catching up the retirees' health benefit is $48,800,000, according to the 2021 Comprehensive Financial Report, page 68. Pay-as-you-go is misleading because the unpaid balance went from $38 million in 2019 to $48 million in 2020. Was the City Council and citizens of Simi Valley aware they just went 10,000 or 10 million deeper into debt? Borrowing is supposed to be a disclosed thing and approved. Where was the 10 million expense on the income statement? The general fund budget is 80 million. Where is this expense that would have represented 12% of the general fund revenues? Where is this expense on the new budget? Simple math. If the balance is 40 million and the interest rate is 7%, then annual interest rate is 2.8 million per year. Giving yourself credit for making a payment of 1 million in 2019, page 22. Are you serious? During 3 years, the interest rate is 8.4 million, only being able to pay 1 million 3 years ago and no principal on the 8.4 million of new interest charges should be a screaming cry for help. The situation is much worse than my example. The balance grew 10 million in 1 year. That looks and smells like 26% interest. 10 growth, 38 starting balance equals 26%. Make a small payment of $500,000 in 2022 and 23 is telling the people of Simi Valley that your retirement plan has already fallen apart. Solutions: be open and honest by treating the growth as an expense and follow the government accounting standards. Refinance as much as possible to get control of the growth rate. Get a refund from your auditors.
Thank you.
Bruce Boyer.
Howdy, Bruce Boyer again. I thought it quite telling at the start of the proclamation for the Gay Pride Month that you spoke about the violence people who identify as that are more subject to. That is 100% real. A number of years ago, my friend Marky, guy wears a dress, he was assaulted by a few men. Well, Marky's a combat veteran of the United States Marine Corps. He won that fight. But a few years before that, my friend Alan was assaulted. He was in a wheelchair. I don't know whether he was assaulted because he was an easy target in a wheelchair or because he was a homosexual. But at the end of it, they stole his wheelchair and left him laying in the street. Why was he left undefended? Because the elitists think that we, the people, arguably the people that most need to defend themselves, and that's not me, are denied that right. If there was a fight in this room right now, the three men best prepared to win a fist fight are the only three people in this room carrying guns, to my knowledge. Everybody else is told, you just shut up and be a defenseless victim. Hold up a proclamation. That wasn't going to work for Alan. What, do you think he's going to hold up a proclamation going, hey, it's Gay Pride Month, you can't beat me up and take my wheelchair? Think about what he had to endure when the police showed up and they carried him into the police car. And he had to call for a ride to have somebody come pick him up at 2 o'clock in the morning to carry him. This city council needs to order the chief of police to issue concealed carry permits to every American citizen in here that's not a convicted felon, which is everybody that can go buy a gun, so they can protect themselves. Why do you insist that these people must choose to be victims? Now, we got a couple of city council elections coming up. We got 2 candidates right here. Maybe they're going to fill out a card and come up here and say that they support the right of the people to protect themselves. Probably not. So maybe we need some candidates that are going to stand up and say the right of the people to defend themselves is the Second Amendment right. It's a right to keep and bear arms so that people do not get beaten, raped, robbed, and killed. Now, you can argue Simi Valley is a pretty safe place. Anybody here leave Simi Valley at least once a day? We do. Some of us go to some rather rough parts of town. We need to be protected. Not me. My daughters do. Yeah, they're like 5 feet tall. That's who needs to be protected. When is this city council going to get off your high horse of elitism and let the people have their right to defend themselves? I found something that Ruth and Mike both agree on. Let's keep Americans defenseless. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Rapper.
Mayor Mashburn and City Council. Bruce Boyer, black hat, almost white hat here. You're the good guy. Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Congratulations, Councilman Mike Judge, on your defeat of measures A and B, which would have given Ventura County residents and their children safe water, safe drilling. I look forward to seeing Mike Judge's campaign disclosures to see how much Chevron and Arrow Energy contributed to his re-election campaign for supporting their lies about A and B in the Simi Acorn letter to the editor. As usual, I am hopeful Mike Judge decides 12 years on our city council is enough. This town cannot afford another 4 years of Judge holding back the progress of our city and the safety and health of our city, especially with his lack of concern over the Santa Susana Field Lab cleanup for the last 12 years. Secondly, congratulations to Mayor Mashburn for his victory in shunning 2 local Simi Valley candidates, Abel and Kunicki, when he endorsed and supported Moore Park City Council member Janice Parvin for supervisor. 3, thank you, Simi Valley PD Chief Livingstone, for your ad campaign to prevent dangerous fireworks this July 4th season. Sadly, I doubt its effectiveness since council members Judge, Kavanaugh, Litster, and Mashburn voted down civil penalties which would have backed the Simi PD and sent a clear message that dangerous, illegal fireworks are not okay in Simi Valley anymore, especially after 2 years of 0 firework citations. I am aware of a fireworks incident the other day in an apartment complex in Simi, which resulted in no citations and the complaining party being bullied and threatened. I hope there is another side to that story, or at least a lesson learned by Simi PD moving towards July 4th. During Pride Month, I am reminded of 4 city council members who refused to approve the flying of the Pride flag at City Hall, as done at the Ventura County Government Center building. That would have sent a message of inclusiveness, which is often missing in our town, as witnessed by the applause for Mr. Boyer's hate speech earlier this evening. Lastly, with the complexity of our budget, I hope attention is paid to the staff report comment about the city has neglected its streets on Exhibit 2, page 25. Also of concern from attending Neighborhood Council 4 meeting, the lack of a budgeted funds for improvements to our decaying and aging traffic signals, some of which no parts are available after 50 years of being in use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Porter.
Good evening. Good evening.
That whole podium will move up. There's a button to your right.
Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Okay, so good evening. My name is Daniel Porter, and I'm a 28-year resident of Simi Valley. I want to thank the City Council and City staff for your hard work on behalf of the City of Simi Valley. You've done a lot of great things, and I appreciate it. My background is in accounting, business lending, finance, investments for over 30 years. This includes being a certified credit executive for Amgen, analyzing financial statements to determine credit lines that facilitated over $6 billion in annual sales. My reason for speaking tonight is my concern about the growing pension and retirement benefits liabilities that are putting the citizens of Simi Valley deeper in debt to the city employees' retirement funds. If the benefits don't fit inside the budget, then we can't afford them and need to make changes. In 2005, the citizens of Simi Valley were $35 million in debt to the city employees. By 2015, the balance had roughly tripled to $100 million. $100 million is a big number to the city of Simi Valley. From 2015 to 2020, the citizens of Simi Valley were put an average of $20 million per year in debt to the city employees. By June 2020, the balance had grown to $200 million. $200 million is a big number to the city and citizens of Simi. This pension and retirement health insurance unfunded liability of $200 million is reflected on the June 21st, 2021 statement of net position, but not on the general fund balance sheet. Not getting caught up on the past due portion is causing the balance to grow an average of 14% per year. Obviously, investments are included, so some years it's going to be more, some less, but the trend is up at a rate of 14% to double within a 5-year period. I recommend refinancing as much as possible of the outstanding balances. A 3% decrease in the interest rate will save the citizens of Simi Valley $6 million per year. On a going forward basis, the employee pension payout formula needs to be adjusted to a retirement benefit that fits within the budget so that the citizens of Simi Valley are not put in debt to the city employees. I'm concerned about the potential conflict of interest between city employees and the recommended budget. There's a history of funding the pension by putting the citizens deeper in debt. Putting the citizens of Simi Valley $100 million in debt over a 5-year period needs to be discussed and approved to protect the city employees from the conflict of interest. The recommended budget doesn't reflect the rapid growth in the retirement and pension health insurance liability. When the current trend is 14% in the current outstanding debt. Oh, I'm almost done? Okay. My comments are in the report from the budget meeting, and I pray for courage as you deal with this tough issue. Good night.
Thank you.
John Gatewood. John Gatewood.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I want to thank you guys and all the city staff for your hard work taking care of us as citizens. My name's John Gatewood. I've been a citizen of Simi Valley since 1959, on and off. I'm basically here to talk about the same thing as Dan, and I'm just going to do a quick analogy. The way the budget's being handled as far as the retirement and the health benefits goes, it would be like me making my house payment with a credit card and not making the payment on the credit card. Maybe one here and there, but for the most part, my debt would grow. I see that's what's happening looking at the spreadsheets. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
James Bartholomew.
Good evening. Dear Mayor and City Council, I'm James Bartholomew, a citizen of Simi Valley, and I'd like to speak on 9A, the budget. I acknowledge the complexity of providing financial reports that are accurate and transparent. On May 25th, the proposed budget and capital improvement program was made available to the public with the purpose of providing input to the staff on June 1st of this year, which is far too short of a time for a critical review. I was present on June 1st and gave a partial list of corrections with the promise to submit the remainder by email, which was sent on June 3rd to Carol Johnson and Brian Gabler as city manager. I sent a follow-up email on June the 7th to ensure receipt of my email. Apparently, since Carol's email was not listed, I was informed that I sent it to the wrong Carol Johnson. It is unfortunate that city staff had the same amount of time to respond to my 3-page email as I did to review the budget, CIP, and ACFR. No one from city staff has reached out to me on the issues and questions raised, or even that they are being considered. There are some obvious corrections that are needed, including some typos in the budget. On page 15 of the CIP, the category fiscal years is mislabeled. It should start with 2023, not 21-22. On page 14 of the budget, there is an organizational chart of the city that excludes the library, senior center, cultural arts, human resources, and city clerk. For that reason, it would be prudent to add city administration with these functions to the chart. Page 122 of the budget has a typo that should be corrected. To make budget more transparent and meaningful document, the citywide summary of expenditures and revenues should present data from at least the last 5 years. To compare the estimated actual from one budget to the actual to the next budget can result in substantially different numbers, even though they should be very close. Historical information gives a clearer picture of issues facing the city. Same is true for the CIP. While the city is making an attempt to provide more funding for streets, the recent past has been totally inadequate, which creates additional liabilities to the city. On page 141 of the budget, I implore you to fund the traffic striping, which is listed currently as priority number 6. The cost of $80,000 is minimal compared to the benefits received. I hope to hear from city staff on the other issues and questions that were raised in my earlier email, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Richard Perini.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I guess I live in Simi, and I'm here to talk to you about trash. I don't know if you've all had the time or the ability to go up to our local landfill and see the wonderful things they're doing there with I think close to $90 million investment into pumping methane into gas. And as a local Rotarian, the constant significant contributions Waste Management has accomplished with charity events, donating, and helping out the community. The reason why I bring this to your attention is I'm aware in Thousand Oaks there was a very, I'm going to say, unclear or lack of transparency on a vote to change their trash provider. And I hope you guys take the time to go take a look at our landfill and to evaluate them. But that's really all I'm here to do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Rocky Rhodes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, and especially for this topic, staff. My name is Rocky Rhodes. I'm a 12-year resident of Simi Valley, and I live up in Bridle Path. I'm commenting on 9A, the budget, and I have a slightly different, but maybe an enlightening take on my experience with the budgeting process. I've dealt with budgets over the years in my own businesses, and this city's budget is extremely complex and requires dedicated work to both create it and evaluate it. And I want to share my experience on this process, and I submit this as continuing evidence as to why we live in a great city. And I start with staff presentations. There have been several budget presentations before its submittal tonight. They were necessarily brief, but full of rich information, and they were presented in a way easy to grasp for those of us that don't live in the accounting world. Additionally, the data from the presentation was made easily referenced for those of us that cared to dig a little bit deeper. And that brings me to some amazing, caring, brilliant citizens that came to the last public hearing on June 1st. I'd like to do a shout out, and most of them are here tonight: Dan, Tom, Evelyn, John, Stacy, Ivana, James, and I think I forgot a couple, and I apologize for that, for preparing for the meeting with honest concerns and a deep commitment, both to make our city fiscally sound and to do our duty to hold those preparing the budget accountable for adhering to proper accounting practices. The questions were asked politely in a true desire to both know the answer and to help the process. A final acknowledgement must be given to Carol Johnson for running a professional meeting and having all the departments represented to hear the questions for themselves. Thank you also for the responses that those staff prepared for the staff report in the agenda. Now, you heard tonight from Evelyn, Dan, John, and James that there are still some questions outstanding, but it is my sincere belief that you will make efforts to get those answered and clarified for all of us. When I see this side of government, a city working both professionally, internally, and then openly and transparently to the public, it gives me real hope for the future of our city. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have one more speaker, Aaliyah Ewing.
Good evening. My name is Aaliyah Ewing, and I'm a lifelong resident of Simi Valley. I'm speaking today because I feel as though the city budget needs some amending. First and foremost, I don't believe the way the city has released the budget this year or any other year in the recent past has been accessible. I believe this is intentional to discourage members of the public from participating in civic engagement. The budget is not being offered in multiple languages, and the conversation is only offered in person at a time that is not convenient for many, making this difficult for people with disabilities and non-English speakers to participate in civic engagement. I, among many, ask that you would reinstate the Budget Advisory Committee to increase community involvement in what I believe to be the most important document in Simi Valley. By reinstating the Budget Advisory Committee, we are making this document more accessible and easier for community involvement. Finally, I believe that spending the majority of the city's budget on one department shows how little the city cares about the people that reside in it. Simi Valley is over-policed, and we waste too many resources and money on a single department. We need to start prioritizing affordable housing, youth development and programs, food security, public transportation, which is incredibly important for people with disabilities, and environmental protections to protect against climate change, rather than a corrupt and greedy police system. The police receive enough money from local organizations and in grants from the state of California. It does not need $37.6 million from the city. You know who isn't getting enough resources? The literal people of Simi Valley. The underserved, the unhoused, the employees of the city, the people struggling with a low socioeconomic status. The people of Simi Valley are time and time again forgotten. I want to ask you, where is your humanity? I implore you to look deep into yourself and your beliefs and realize where your priorities lay. At the very least, look into the statistics around the country and the world and realize that if we truly wanted to keep Simi Valley safe, we need to stop wasting our money by spending almost 50% of our budget on the police and instead focus our efforts on paying city employees appropriately to stop our high turnover rate, establish better relationships with our leadership so people can trust those who are meant to represent us by increasing community organizations and transparency. We need to do a better job as a city and start feeling some empathy for the people that you are meant to represent. Thank you to Bueno Vecino and other activists who have spent hours educating people on the city budget because the city of Simi Valley has failed to do so, and for them to make it more accessible. Also, happy Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last speaker. Next on the agenda is item 4A, City Council comments regarding public statements.
Okay, we'll do 4A. I'm going to start so I don't forget what I would like to respond to. First off, earlier on, Bruce Boyer made some comments about the LGBTQ community and the Pride Month that I simply respectfully disagree with him on. I don't believe our recognition of that group puts them above us in any way. It's actually aimed at bringing them to our level because they have suffered in years past, in my lifetime, And I think it's just a way of acknowledging them as human beings, just like the rest of us, and there's no harm in reaching and correcting some of the wrongs of the past. Doug, I agree with you wholeheartedly on the mental health issues that lead to the recent disasters that we've experienced in our country. Rocky, you said it exactly right. Your group is very positive, and it's very nice to sit up here and, even if we don't agree, have a mature discussion with others that don't necessarily agree with us, but maybe we can learn from, or maybe they can learn from us. So I appreciate the positive nature of your group. The comments about fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks are one thing, dangerous fireworks are another, and there's plenty to be debated there, but this city is not trying to burn anybody out and cause any chaos through the firework recognition or issue. And then to the flag. I was part of a committee or a voice in this city that said, no flag shall fly on our flagpoles other than the city, the state, and the U.S. flag. And so we've made other arrangements to recognize groups. I personally told the Marines they could not put a Marine flag on our flag post out here. And I don't think that's discriminatory in any way. And we do recognize others in different ways. And I'm proud that we're able to do that. Those are my comments. Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all of you who came out today to be here in person for this meeting. Frankly, I wish that we still offered it via Zoom for all of those working families and those who have transportation issues, and I'll keep fighting for that. Thank you for all those of you that took the time to come to the budget meetings. I have requested, and I will request again when we get to 9A, to postpone review of the budget. It's a 300-page document. I agree with you. You need more time as residents. This is your money. You are the taxpayers here, and you should have more time to review that document. So I will be requesting that postponement at 9A. In regards to the flag, I know that our county and our state capital both have flown the LGBTQ pride flag without any issue or any conflict with other groups requesting the flag to be flown. They are the most marginalized group of people. Keep in mind, 82% of LGBTQ youth have at one point or another considered suicide, many of whom are our students, our children, our colleagues, and our family members. And so I'm proud that we have this Pride Proclamation, proud that we recognize Juneteenth, another marginalized group of people, which is why we acknowledge that Black Lives Matter and the Juneteenth proclamation. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. Thank you, Mr. Bamforth, for your perspective. I know of anyone who understands weaponry and harm and all the things that are involved. You are a veteran that understands just how dangerous it can be, but I appreciate your acknowledgement and your awareness of mental health being and should be the #1 priority and the cause of so much sadness and tragedy in our country today. And so I appreciate that perspective. Thank you to the 7, if I counted correctly, of you who were actively engaged in our budgeting process and have comments and ideas and thoughts. That is what makes for a good budget discussion. And I look forward to that discussion with 9A, and we'll see where all of that goes. I just also wanted to acknowledge Mr. Richard Perena. I may be saying your last name incorrect. Perini. Thank you. Thank you for speaking to the excellence of our current waste hauler, and I will tell you that I have visited our facility and encourage. I know that if anyone would like to take a tour of the landfill, all are welcome. In fact, even had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago of touring their recycling facility in the Sylmar area, which is very impressive. So But thank you for lending your voice to tonight's discussion. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Dee Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Bamford, as always, thank you for saying what you think and reaching out about mental health. It is, I believe, one of our greatest problems we have here in our country. And working more to stabilize that. I know we've been talking to behavioral health in the county to try and get more services to the East County, but it's not just Ventura County, it's everywhere. So we as a nation need to do something about our mental health situation. So hopefully by all of us speaking out, we'll get there. Mr. Boyer, gun control, our city does not issue individual CCWs because the county of Ventura County does, the sheriff does. So we don't need to offer that here. They have the staffing and the money to do it, so there's no reason for us to duplicate the effort. Mr. Lapper, I do agree on the fireworks. Hopefully some of the advertising we're doing will get up there. There are some penalties involved, so the reason we voted no the last time was because there were already penalties in place, so we didn't add to them. And all of you that spoke on the budget, I really listened to everybody. I recognized somebody from way back when. And it's nice to hear and see everyone get involved in this. Mr. Perini talking to us about waste management. Yes, what Mayor Pro Tem said, it's a great place. If you go out and visit the landfill, it's very interesting, and they will explain things to you, show you what they do. And our current hauler does do a very good job for us here in the country, or in our county. And Ms. Ewing, thank you for being here and reaching out and expressing your thoughts with us tonight. I thought you were in college away, but it was nice to see you here. So welcome back. Is that it? Were you back here in Simi? I wasn't sure. But thank you for coming out and voicing some of your concerns. We appreciate that. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
I just want to say thank you for everybody coming out and speaking, especially on the budget. I know it's a very important item on our agenda tonight. I did want to comment on a couple of things. The mayor spoke very eloquently, so he basically covered everything I wanted to talk about, and so did Councilmember Kavanaugh. When it comes to getting a CCW in this county, it is not hard. If you're not a felon, you call the sheriff's department. They do most of it online, and so there's no reason for our department to take manpower away from the streets and issue CCWs. That's why we don't do it. Other than that, again, thank you all for being involved.
Okay.
Excuse me. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is public hearings. This is the time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the City Clerk's office. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted for public testimony 5 for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of City staff relating to the matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Agenda item 5A, a public hearing to consider the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 assessments for the Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1 and adoption of resolution approving the assessments. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2022-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming the diagram and assessment for those lots and parcels included within Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, levying the assessments for the fiscal year 2022-23, and ordering improvements specified in the engineer's report as approved in resolution number 2022-23. And Ron Fuchiwaki is here to present this item.
Thank you, Lucy. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. On May 16th, the City Council adopted the necessary resolutions and set a public hearing for tonight, June 13th, to consider the proposed FY 2022-23 assessments for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1. No changes to the existing assessments are being recommended. The district operates under the authority of the State Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972. There are a total of 99 landscape zones in the district, including 48 active zones and 51 contingency fallback zones. Active zones are maintained by the city and funded through assessments to the property owners within each active zone and a contribution from the general fund. Fallback zones are maintained by homeowners associations or property owners. For FY 2022 and 23, the cost to maintain the assessment zone areas is approximately $995,975, which will be funded by approximately $790,000 from assessments and $200,000 from the Landscape Augmentation Fund, which is funded by the general fund. To reduce costs, staff continues to take steps to explore a variety of opportunities. The landscape maintenance contracts have been modified with new requirements and specifications for maintenance services by reducing the frequency of certain tasks and applications required while still maintaining the aesthetics of the city's landscaping. Staff also continually implements measures to reduce costs by implementing smart irrigation controllers, low water use plantings, and replacing plant material with ground cover, wood chips, or bark. In the coming years, to further reduce costs, staff will be more aggressive in replacing plants, foliage, and trees by using low water options for the implementation of hardscape when deemed appropriate. Staff is also implementing projects to remove turf, which is a high water use item. In addition, it is anticipated that the recent implementation of watering restrictions to 1 day per week will also reduce costs. A resolution to establish the FY 2022-23 assessments for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, a map of the landscape zones, the engineer's report, and a summary of the proposed assessments by zone are included in this evening's report. It is recommended that at the close of the public hearing, the City Council approve the FY 22-23 assessments for Landscape District Number 1, which will remain the same at their current levels. That concludes our report. We're available for questions.
Questions of staff. We'll start with Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you. I have several questions. So you mentioned the drought stage 4 water emergency that we have right now. And so my question is, I know you said in the future we will be more aggressive in reducing certain trees, but they're saying that, by the fall, the price of water is going to go up, by a lot because of the ongoing drought, the heat, climate change, all the things that are impacting it. So can we, at this point in time, be more aggressive now? Do we have to wait till the future to be more aggressive in getting rid of trees and shrubs and non-necessary turf? Can't we implement that now?
Actually, perhaps a poor choice of words, we are actively pursuing cost reduction measures, especially in the irrigation area, by implementing turf removal projects. I think one of our recent projects was on Galena, the east side from Alamo down to the freeway. We have a project in the works right now around the Civic Center. A lot of the turf areas, which really only ornamental or decorative, will be removed and replaced with drought-tolerant landscaping, desert-type landscaping.
I think part of that, I just came back from a water conference, so related directly to this. I think there's a perception, and I've received several emails from residents who are concerned that the value of their property will go down if they have non-functional, if they get rid of their non-functional turf. And actually, the studies show otherwise, that the value of your home does not go down because you don't have grass in front. I would like for us to work with the HOAs in terms of, spreading that knowledge. Is that part of this, or can we include that in part of this? And so that's my first question. Then I have a couple more questions.
Our water conservation program includes working with any of the businesses, organizations, HOAs, school district, park district, whoever needs our assistance or would like our assistance to reduce their cost, as well as maintain their landscaping as best as possible. As you know, we have several cities and several parcels in the city have transformed their turf areas to the low landscape or low water use landscaping, which are quite attractive in terms of implementing those types of programs. But our staff is prepared to work with any organization that requests our assistance.
I do want to note, the agenda item before you this evening is for the landscape zones that the city maintains. And we are taking steps to remove turf from those areas. The drought is actually a blessing in disguise in this particular case, because while we have contractors, we have contracts for landscaping crews to mow lawns, they won't be mowing lawns anymore. So it provides a revenue source for us to convert these lawn areas to drought-tolerant material and things of that nature. So the item we're discussing this evening is on landscape zones that we are maintaining, reaching out to HOAs and all those others as part of the city work that we will be doing in terms of dealing with the drought and the mandates from Metropolitan Water District and Callegas Water District for us, as well as the rest of the community, to reduce their water use. So that's separate and apart from what this is.
Okay, so I have another question with regard to costs, because from what I'm hearing from hydrologists and other analysts is that, there is a limited supply of fresh water, and we lack the infrastructure right now to use reclaimed water in the areas where we would most need to use it. So assuming that the price of water will go up, because it will, where will this, if right now $700,000 is coming from assessments, another $200,000 from the general fund, if this budget does not, if the price of water goes up, which it likely will, and we exceed this budget, then what happens? It comes out of the general fund?
Yes.
Well, go ahead. Well, as the city manager started to say, part of it will come from the general fund, but as he also indicated, we anticipate some savings in our contracts because the contractors won't be doing certain measures, and so we'll be able to use some of that savings to change our landscaping, et cetera. But potentially, any additional costs of water may come from the general fund.
So would that mean that you would have to come back and we would have to modify this?
We would modify
to increase funding?
We would come back and modify the budget, but I don't anticipate it, because not only are we saving money on the contracts, we're also not using as much water. Just by the mere fact of turning off the water, we're going to be saving a significant amount of water that will also create savings in the landscape districts. So I think we're paving our way forward to a better future for the landscape districts.
And if you mean that physically paving the way, are we using permeable where we are replacing with we're replacing non-functional turf with drought tolerant? Are we making sure that there's permeability there so that the water goes down into the groundwater, into our watershed?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Said it? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, whoops, you
Yeah.
guys jumped around. Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Trying to understand the charts that you've given us and the report. By each zone were shown the estimated carryover for fiscal year 23-24. If it has a higher negative number, in essence, are we saying that that zone is costing us more, or is it just the reverse? I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding.
It is costing us more.
That-
Some zones subsidize others.
That's what I was assuming. That's what I was reading. So I guess as I looked at it, I noticed, for instance, Zone 14A shows a figure of a negative $149,000, and even higher is Zone 96, which showed a negative $259,000. So I guess my question is, are those the zones that would be targeted first for potential drought tolerant reduction? Is that a barometer that we're using to decide what area needs most attention?
Well, the first zones that we're going to be targeting are those that have turf. So because they are non-functional turf ornamental, so those will be addressed immediately. Then we look at the watering patterns in order to keep some of them. Some of these, for instance, 14A, are slopes that we need to make sure are maintained to a degree where we don't lose the plant material in order to keep the slope in place, or it acts as a fire buffer. So we have to look at each zone independently to determine.
And is that the case for Zone 96, which is our most subsidized, I should say?
Actually, I believe Zone 96 is in the Tierra Rajada Road area. We do have a turf reduction program lined up for that.
Okay.
Quite a bit. I can't remember the square footage, but quite a bit out there. That's second or third priority area for us to address because of all the turf.
Okay, thank you. And one other quick question, just so that I'm understanding the terminology. Page 35, you use, is a lovely chart, you use the term fallback. What is meant by that term, fallback?
I'm not sure where the fallback term came from, but basically what that is are those zone areas that are maintained by their own HOAs, commercial HOAs, commercial property
I
owners.
assumed that was the case because it didn't look like, but okay, so fallback, okay. Well, new terminology to be used in our lexicon, but.
We use it once a year during this public hearing.
So that's just to make sure we're reading the report. Okay, thank you, Ron, appreciate it.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
I just had really a couple of quick comments. So I know in the past, we've already started doing a lot of the drought tolerant Madeira. We've already done a lot of that, you know, in the middle, and it looks great, the rocks and the stuff. And I wanted to compliment, I think it was Claudia Pedroso that did the design on Galena. Was it Claudia?
I thought it was our own Susan Henderson.
Oh,
or
I'm sorry.
Susan Hernandez.
Okay, for some reason, I thought it was Claudia. It was beautiful. I mean, I think it looks great.
Yeah.
I had one person say, no, it's a little too deserty. And I'm like, well, we are in the desert, to be very honest.
And it'll grow in it. Some of it will grow
Right,
in.
and it was ornamental. And I'm in the progress this July. I'm switching out my whole front yard from turf to either fake grass and or drought tolerant, you know, that type of a thing. And it's hard to get a landscaper these days because they're really busy. They're replacing everybody's grass. I think there's a rebate for like $3 a square foot, something
Yes,
like
that's
that,
correct.
to replace turf. So now's the
it-
time to look at it.
Is this city eligible for that rebate?
Yes, that's how we're funding many of our turf removal projects.
Because I see outside here, we're doing a great job on getting rid of our turf. It's as brown as the chairs these days.
Let's
But-
just say it's got a golden tone right now.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. It's got a golden tone. But no, I'm really, it's good to see all the progress that we're making on that. I know in the past, I've really asked a lot of questions in regard to all the zones. We first started here, I'm like, why are we paying all this money for them? We should be getting the money from the assessments and from the different areas. So I think the city, you guys have done a great job in balancing it on what needs to be done with what we can do. So just thank you for all that, you and your staff.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you also for Galena. It looks great, and tell your staff they did a great job. I think it looks outstanding.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Public.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have any speaker cards for this item.
Anybody in the room want to speak on this item? Okay. Thank you. Do you want to respond to any of your comments, Ron? Okay.
Would you like a resolution, Mayor?
I'm sorry? You can close the public hearing. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Any comments from the council?
I have a comment.
Okay.
Just want to let you know that if you're looking for anyone, all of my students are certified in permaculture because we have 3 native gardens at my school in Reseda. So there are students that are getting their CTE certification in permaculture and using native plants, and we have 3 of them in my school, and we love them. They provide lots of shade, and we hardly ever have to water them. So just know there are students out there, graduates. We had graduating class of 46, and they all have their certificates in permaculture. So
Okay.
Okay,
Can I make a motion, Mayor?
yes, you may.
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-27, approving the fiscal year 2022-23 assessments for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7, the consent calendar, and there are 7 resolutions for your consideration this evening. Consent item 9, resolution number 2022-28, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley calling and giving notice of the holding of a general municipal election and to request the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura to consolidate this election of said city to be held on Tuesday, November 8, 2022, with the statewide general election to be held on said date pursuant to section 10403 of the Elections Code, and resolution number 2022-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley requesting the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County to permit the county elections official to render services to the city for the general municipal election to be held on the day of the statewide general election. Consent item 10, resolution number 2022-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley establishing an appropriations limit for fiscal year 2022-23. Consent item 11, resolution number 2022-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming and renewing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency, and resolution number 2022-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming the existence of a local emergency and authorizing remote teleconference meetings of the legislative bodies of the City of Simi Valley pursuant to Brown Act provisions. Consent item 12, resolution number 2022-33, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley accepting the final map subdivision improvement agreement and approving securities for tract number 5734-1 located at 3301 Lost Canyons Drive. And consent item 13, resolution number 2022-34, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley acting in its capacity as a legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2004-1 of the City of Simi Valley Town Center Project, authorizing the levy of a special tax for fiscal year 2021-22.
Okay, any items wanted to be pulled?
Mayor, I would like to pull items 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 12.
2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 12. Okay,
I was going to add number 11, but that makes it really seem like a long list. But I
I
actually,
think we're going to end up just doing away with the consent calendar.
Well,
I
there's
would-
13 items on the consent calendar, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I would like to examine number 11, please, Mayor.
Number 11.
With that, I'll move to approve items 1, 3, 4, 9, 10, and 13.
Okay, do you have a second?
Second.
Motion and second to do
1, 3, 4, 9, 10, and 13.
Okay. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Consent 2. Your questions on consent 2.
Thank you. I had a question about the, I have several questions. It says the general, on page 2 of the report, it says the general fund supports 5 full-time employees who are all located in the CAC, and that the city continues to provide administrator support. So is that in addition to the 5 positions?
No, those are the 5 positions.
Those are the 5 positions?
Correct.
And have we always had 5 positions?
Yes.
That,
Well, I can't say forever, but it's been like that for a number of years.
Okay, because I noticed in the general budget, there is a request to change the title of one of the positions.
Correct. We're just changing the title of one of the positions, one of the existing positions.
Okay, and the purpose for that is,
We were having recruitment difficulties.
Okay. On page 3, it asks for, there's $40,000 that's budgeted for capital replacement costs related to programming operations. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, those are typically going to be basically equipment for production of the at the Cultural Arts Center. So that might be speakers, microphones, lighting, those type of system, which comes out of the Cultural Arts Center operating budget.
Okay, because programming, capital replacement costs, it sounds like that. Like I'm like, okay, speakers, microphones, stuff like that. But then when it says programming operations, that sounded like something different.
No, so it's equipment specifically to continue the programs at the center. So it would be production equipment so that the programs can continue.
Okay, and then I see that there's, one of the goals of the operating plan is to establish the Inclusivity, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Advisory Panel. I was curious to know who was going to be on that cast. Is there actually going to be diversity there? We had a lot of diverse residents that came out tonight. So I'd like to know who's going to be on that.
At this point, the criteria for that committee has not been established. It is one of the goals that we're working towards down at the center, but we don't have specific parameters as what the qualifications are to serve on that committee.
And will they be able to communicate with all the entities that deal with the Cultural Arts Center, including the commission and the...
Again, I'm not certain of the structure as far as if it'll be a subcommittee of the Arts Commission or if it would be just an advisory committee to city staff. So there's I think a lot of moving parts to it. It's in development, and we're happy to provide information as it develops to the Arts Commission and then to council, of course.
Okay, and it says here on page 4 that the CAC's financial operating structure combined with its marketing and programming efforts, have kept the CAC self-reliant. But is that actually true? Do they not get money from the general budget? And they're requesting not to reimburse the city. So how can they be self-reliant?
That particular sentence is referring to the operating budget sustaining the programming of the center. So yes, this city does provide those staff positions that were referred to earlier, but the center's own operating budget is self-sustaining.
Does that include the employees, the cost of the employees?
No, it does not. Previously, it has there was the 1.5 FTE reimbursement that the center provided back to the city, and then the 3.5 was funded by the city's general fund.
Okay, so now all 5 positions will be funded by the general fund then?
With the current financial operating agreement that was approved by council, I believe at the May 9th meeting, yes.
Okay, so that's not, most people in the general public would not define that as self-reliant. If the Cultural Arts Center has to rely on the city to pay for all 5 positions, then that's not self-reliant.
I think here it is, again, in reference to the operating fund for the center, that the programming of the center is self-reliant and generates, is designed to, at the very least, break even, if not turn a profit. And so the operating structure of the Cultural Arts Center is self-sustaining in the fact that it sustains its own operating budget with no risk or very little risk to the city.
But it does not include the 5 employees needed to run the Cultural Arts Center?
No, it does not.
Okay. On Exhibit 1, page 6 of the report, I'm looking at the variances, which are pretty big. For the 2021-22 final budget, it was $230,000, and the estimated actual was $125,000. The variance was $105,000, and the proposed budget for the next year is $287,000. So you're expecting that there's going to be that much growth in the next year because, I don't know if you've been following the stock market or the economy with gas going up, the price of everything is going up. That's a huge jump to $287,000. That's what's expected to be gross sales.
I'm sorry, which line are you referring to on the
I'm
budget?
looking at, I'm on page 6, Exhibit 1, where it says box office sales, gross, line 4020, and it says box office. And if you go across, it has the final budget, estimated actual variance, and then the proposed budget for 22-23 is $287,000, which is quite a jump. So you're expecting box office sales to go up that much?
Yes, well, part of the the 2021-2022 budget, and the center was closed during that time frame. So we are anticipating, as it does say, that the budget is somewhat optimistic in that it assumes the full and complete reopening of the center. So that number off the top of my head, I don't have the previous years, but it seems reasonable within what the Cultural Arts Center can do in a normal operating season without any COVID closures.
Okay, and if there is a shortfall of that $287,000, let's say you can't make that much in box office sales, then does that money come out of the general budget?
No, it would not. It would come out of the operating fund of the center.
Okay, and if they don't have enough money out of the operating fund, because right now they don't have money for the 5 employees, right? The city is paying for the 5 employees, yes?
That's correct.
Okay, so if they don't have enough money to cover this cost, then where does that come out of?
Well, as far as the budget goes, it is budgeted for a estimated operating surplus of $124,000. So if the Cultural Arts Center did fall short, some of it would be absorbed by that budgeted surplus, and then additional funds, if it were to fall short, that's where the quarterly reports to the Arts Commission would come in, and we would be able to evaluate and provide recommendations for changes to the budget if that's the trajectory we are headed on.
Is some of that budgeted shortfall come from the $349,000 in COVID relief funds from line 4425?
The budget shortfall?
Yeah, you mentioned the shortfall. If there was a shortfall in box office sales. Is part of that funding coming out of that $349,000 in COVID relief funding?
No, not if there, I mean, I think if there were a shortfall, then that there is some of the COVID operating funds are in the Cultural Arts Center's operating fund presently. So some of that would be absorbed potentially, but it's, again, I think if there were a projected shortfall of that nature, substantial nature of $287,000, that would be something that would go before the Arts Commission, and then the Arts Commission would make recommendations to council on what to do. But I don't foresee that. I do see that the Cultural Arts Center is on a trajectory to reopen. Of course, COVID is a big uncertainty. It is still something that is impacting operations, is impacting audience size. But the budget, I feel, is, although optimistic in that it assumes that the Cultural Arts Center will remain open and provide programming, it is not unrealistic if that occurs.
Okay, you mentioned, COVID impacting the box office sales and whether or not the money is going to come in. So are there any COVID restrictions at the Cultural Arts Center? Like, do people wear masks? Do they have to prove they're vaccinated? Or like, is that impacting people showing up or not showing up?
Presently, the Cultural Arts Center is following all state and county guidelines. So whatever the county is requiring of performing arts centers in that business, the Cultural Arts Center is following. And so I think in general, some audience members may be hesitant to return. It's hard to say. That really is something on an individual basis and somebody's own personal preference. But as far as the Cultural Arts Center's precautions, there's cleaning precautions in place as well as following all the county and state mandates.
And I'm only bringing it up because it impacts box office sales, and you mentioned it several times. But I know that other entertainment venues do require either a negative COVID test, or you have to, show, and you have to wear masks. So all those things are in place regardless of what the county restrictions are, like in LA County, for example. So that's why I'm asking if maybe that's a consideration if box office sales don't, meet where they're supposed to meet, especially with COVID having a resurgence. That should be a consideration. Would that be something that they would consider?
We can always look at it as an option, but it all depends on the public's perception. It's going to depend upon the shows that are there. It's going to depend upon a number of different factors. But I can tell you the last show I was at, I was there at a full house. So it really does depend.
Okay, and then I have one more question, and whoever can answer this question. The $349,000 that we received in COVID relief funds, is any of that being used for those 5 positions?
No.
So what is it used for?
It's for programming. It's the grant program that the Cultural Arts Center had set up back in February, for, in order to subsidize the arts performance groups that are coming in to utilize the center.
Okay, so it's not being used to save any employees?
It is not.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions on number 2?
How do you want to do this? Do you want to go,
One at a time, you mean?
yeah, you want to just move for approval?
Yeah, let's just go
All right.
ahead and do
Move
that.
for approval of item 2.
Second.
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Okay, your questions, Councilmember Lebanos, on consent 5.
I just had a quick question. Well, 2 questions. I love seeing that the Simi Valley Council on Aging is self-sufficient, and even despite falling revenues. But are you a 501c3? Is it tax deductible? If people want to donate money, can they donate money to you?
They
Okay.
can donate to the Council on Aging, but they are not a 501c3.
Okay. And what is there any impact of the American Rescue Plan money that was allocated to this budget?
No,
So is that money not included in this budget then?
we did not allocate any,
We
we
received
didn't
any-
allocate anything to the senior center from the ARPA money.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Councilmember Lovenos, this is the budget for the Council on Aging, but this is not the budget for the Senior Center, which the city supports and runs and funds with, et cetera. This is simply a council that has been created that creates programming, that, in fact, I was going to read later on that they have changed they update their mission statement. They serve to better the opportunities, programs, et cetera, but the city itself does all the funding, et cetera, for the senior center.
No, I'm aware of that, but I know that the Council on Aging also includes a senior nutrition program, and I know for a fact that we allocated at least some funds from the $15 million in American Rescue Plan funding for senior nutrition programs, and I wanted to know if this was part of that, or if it was part of the senior center budget.
We had not allocated any of the ARPA money to senior nutrition programs.
Okay, so that's for the senior center, not this one, not the Council on Aging.
Not-
Correct.
Not even for the senior center. We allocated money for a refrigerator at the senior center
Okay.
through the ARPA.
Okay, so that doesn't impact this?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And if people want to donate, they can go where? The Council on Aging?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they could go to the city website or call the senior center, and they can make contributions to the Council on Aging through the senior center.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Okay, Councilman, or Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liz, I was in the queue. Actually, then I'll just so move that we approve this item.
Number 5, second.
Okay. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, number 6, Councilmember Luébanos.
I just want to clarify for the public, because I did have someone ask me a question about this, that the cost of the building improvements will not be paid by the city. It will be built into the lease cost. Is that correct?
It will initially be paid by the city. We will recover our costs through the new lease.
Okay. So, and it'll be, and what's the time for amortization? Like, how long is it, are we going to get paid back over 20 years or 10 years or 2 years?
It's negotiated. The last lease, I believe, was 10 years. So it's factored in. Now, that being said, it was a 10-year lease, and we were 5 years past that and doing annual extensions. So but it will likely be a 10 to 15-year amortization.
Okay, and that's how long our lease will be? The lease will be as well?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Real quickly, Councilman Luevanos, was that communication from the constituent via oral or written?
It was a oral.
Move consent item 6.
Second?
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Number 7, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed that in the report, you said that the cost is much higher because of, it said the rising cost, because the initial engineer's estimate was for $150,000. But the contract we're going with is Charles King Company, which is for $198,000. And as of the date, I'm not sure if it was as of the date of the report, that it was due to the rising cost of materials, construction, labor shortage, cost increases since 2016, and supply chain issues. So was this an RFP that was put out in 2016, and we're just now getting, I don't know who to ask this question.
No, we're just comparing what the last time we bought this was 2016, and since then, costs have gone up. But I can tell you right now, we are dealing with a lot of supply chain issues. As an example, we ordered generators back in December of last year, and they've been delayed by 3 months now. So we're having difficulties acquiring equipment.
Okay,
So
and does that make the cost increase then, if it takes longer?
it does increase the cost
Okay.
because it's a shipping cost also, and as well as the materials needed to build the equipment.
Okay, so the sooner we fund this, then but this will be a fixed cost, the $198,000.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I move approval of this consent item.
Second.
Okay, number 7, motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Number 8, Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, I'm curious as to the original contract amount for this was for this sales and use tax auditing services was for $120,000. And I understand that they didn't send an invoice until later, but it exceeded the $120,000 contract amount. So did we get more services for that extra $9,000?
Yes, we did.
Okay, do you know what extra services we got?
They, on a regular basis, they're auditing our business tax and our sales tax folks, and this was related to additional services that we had because of a larger pool that they were doing auditing work for us.
Okay, and that wasn't something that was anticipated when the $120,000 was approved?
It was not.
Okay, it's just the way the report was written, it sounded like it was, we have to pay more because it was late, but it was actually more services that were rendered
That's correct.
than the initial contract.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear.
Motion for number 8.
Move to approve item number 8.
Second. I'll second it. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Item number 12, Councilmember Luevanos.
11.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't put it in order, I'm sorry.
Whatever order you want, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go with 11 since I stand so correct.
And for those here,
11 after 12.
that's okay. Basically, for those who are not looking at the agenda, this is where we are reviewing whether or not we want to extend our state of emergency. And so I'm bringing that, I just wanted to discuss it in light of the conversation I had recently that the city of Moore Park has chosen to end their state of emergency and took action to do so at their most recent council meeting, given the rationale that that they felt monetarily, there was nothing further to gain by keeping that state of emergency, and also it allowed them to reinstate their some of their purchasing safety protocols, et cetera, to go back to what they had in the past, which they felt were more transparent and more open. So I bring this, I guess the question then becomes, I'd like to hear the reasons why we feel it is important or imperative to continue with this state of emergency.
How about if the mayor speaks? Number one, I don't really care what the city of Moore Park does. I mean, there's many.
I care about our community around us.
Well, good, that's very kind of you. But what I was going to say before you interrupted me was that there's many cities throughout the state that have stopped this process, and there's many cities that have continued on. And so I was interested in where we stood on this when I saw it. And it seems that the biggest benefit is it leaves the door open in case more funds that the federal government's talking about coming forward with becomes available, then it's easier. We're already open to those funds, and it's just a matter of saying yes and accepting them. And so I thought, well, what are we going to gain by removing it? And we possibly, I know it's a stretch, but what do we need to remove it when, if the door is already open and there is talk at the federal level of more funds coming? And I'm just thinking, what changed my mind about it was that would leave the door open to immediately be eligible for those funds.
And so, and let me play devil's advocate for just a moment. I appreciate your perspective. I do think it matters, first of all, what others do in our community, but that's an aside.
That's why I said, I'll apologize that I said that.
And that's all right. That's all right.
I don't want any letters to the editor.
It's all right.
I apologize. I love Moore Park, but I have a different view than what they're doing.
I understand. Here's my question. I am not aware of the federal government actively promoting possible more funds, other than conversational being shared with me, but I'm not on the news or any correspondence. In fact, I've seen what I'm seeing is that they say the funds are done, and because of inflation, et cetera, that they're not looking to provide more federal funding. So maybe I'm not reading the same sources that you are. So I would like to see where that comes from. But one of the concerns I have about a state of emergency, no offense to our outstanding city manager, is that basically it gives it gives a lot of blanket authority to our emergency, what's your official title? Emergency director?
Emergency Services Director.
Emergency Services Director, thank you.
Director of Emergency Services.
Not that he would wield his authority inappropriately, but it takes away the authority that we have as a council to make decisions, or he could arbitrarily decide we need to do this. Now, and I'm not saying you ever would, Brian. You've never misused that or abused that authority. But I guess I'm concerned that that by remaining in a constant state of emergency, that I'm not seeing, and I understand the value of it, but if it's only for financial reasons, and if I can't see the financial benefit, I am concerned that possibly we are limiting the authority that we have as elected officials to govern by staying in this state of emergency in perpetuity.
I understand, but I don't worry about that, because I trust Brian, for one, the CM, as I do the city attorney. But I also trust this group, and we can, if anybody can count to 3 and see if something's going south on us, we have full control. So I don't doubt the control that this group as the council has, and maybe you do, but and that's fine. But that's my only comeback to what you're saying. I just my position is just ease of process. And
I hear you, and I guess I'm leery of some. You can read about it throughout the country of states of emergency that have been around for years. That just because it's convenient to leave it on, And I think that misuses what truly a state of emergency is all about. Do we have a sense of what the state is saying is when they might be ending, or what might trigger that ending at all?
No, and I can only tell you that why I make these comments is what I hear in the news, like there's an uptick in COVID in LA County, and we're pretty close to them. I have to be honest with you, I haven't read what the status is here in Simi Valley or Ventura County, how many people are hospitalized. Has it gone up? But it seems to me most of the news gives a very slight uptick, and it started with a slight uptick. And so it's in place, it's functional, and the other thing, going back to what I said about the possibility of more federal money coming, I've heard it on the radio. I haven't heard it from official source, and I can't give you documents, and I haven't written to the congressman's office or anything like that. I just simply heard it on the radio.
Brian, do we have any sense that the state is going to end the state emergency at any time?
Well, interestingly enough, Newsom has no expiration date on his state of emergency. It's anyone's guess, quite frankly. So I cannot answer that.
Okay.
And I just want to add that it's not just federal fund monies, it could also be state monies.
Could be state money as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And you've seen I think there's some, I don't know if it's agencies, cities, whatever, now they're requesting that they go back to mandating masks. All of that gives me a feeling of this could kind of go back to not as good as it is today. So, you know, it's I guess we can implement it again too, but if it makes you feel more comfortable, well, it's up to the rest of the council also. But
Mayor, if I may make a comment.
sure.
I can tell you that the past month, I got notifications every day of someone with COVID at my daughter's school, as well as many other parents. It's why, Girl Scout Day Camp is having such an issue finding volunteers and girls, because there has been an uptick in COVID cases. In addition, we do still have quite a few residents are suffering the effects of long COVID. It just, lost my second uncle in 10 months that I buried in Phoenix, who was a doctor last week. So and I have lots of colleagues who are educators who can barely walk, because they're feeling the impacts of long COVID. The other thing that this does is if any of us get COVID, that we can have the meetings remotely and via Zoom, because that could happen too. There could be 3 of us that get COVID, and then we don't even have a majority, and we can't run the city. So that's my concern, is that we wouldn't be able to run the city. So that's why I would move to adopt this motion.
A question for you. Is that correct that we have to have this declared to be able to be Zoom meetings?
Yes.
That's what I thought. So our meetings are committee meetings that we're assigned to. We wouldn't be able to do Zoom meetings anymore.
That's correct.
And I want to make it very clear that I'm not denying the existence of COVID, nor the harmful effects in any way. And I'm certainly, we all have been affected by it. And so I want to make that very clear. And I know that's why they've developed vaccinations, why there are booster shots, why there was mask mandates, and why we have the opportunity to continue wearing masks if we so choose. I'm just, my question is, I simply bring the question because I want to be certain that we don't minimize what state of emergency truly means. And so anyway, I appreciate the discussion. Thank you for allowing us to have it.
May I make a motion?
Let me
Oh,
just
go ahead,
verify.
sorry.
Councilmember Levinos, you're on the screen. Do you want off?
Oh, no, thank you,
Okay.
Mayor.
All right, yes, you may.
I move to approve consent item number 11.
Second?
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now we'll go to number 12.
I had a question of staff. When was this? This is the Lost Canyons subdivision, right? The final map?
That's correct.
And this is to approve the securities, including the Does that include the infrastructure and all of that for water and sewage and everything?
They would be required to build all that material, yes.
Have we, because the initial approval for this was many years ago, is that correct?
Yes.
So how many years ago was this approved?
2013.
Okay, so,
Tentative track was approved in 2013.
okay, so almost 9 years ago. My concern is that I don't know if we've done any surveys or, of if there's any, additional money or fundings that would be needed for the water and sewage infrastructure, and if that's included in this, so that, we make sure that we, the city, and the taxpayers not paying for the infrastructure needed for the subdivision. That's my concern.
The entirety of the subdivision is built by the developer. We don't build any of it. In fact, the securities are to make sure that it is built complete by the developer.
Okay, and then my second question is with relation to, the drought, obviously. Are we going to require drought-tolerant plants? Are we going to ban non-functional turf? Again, dealing with water issues that we're all dealing with.
Yes, we have not reviewed the landscape plans for the project yet. Those are still to come. We're not at that part. But when we do review them, we'll be working with the developer on limiting the amount of turf, if any, that will be in the project, as well as ensuring that drought-tolerant material is used throughout the project as well,
Okay, and
which
then
is a requirement that we currently have anyway.
and then my last question is with regard to pools. Again, relating to our other hats as water board. Are there going to be pools allowed there or not, or?
That's a private property owner decision.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager, just question real quick. Didn't we recently review the project map for, I don't know if it was roads and sewer system, but it seems like we took a pretty good look at it, like in the past 2, maybe 3 years, we looked at that project.
I don't recall.
Okay, I'll withdraw it. It seems to me that we looked very closely at it recently.
I'm sorry, I had one more question, Mayor.
The project went before the Planning Commission 2 years ago.
That must be it. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
This is, I'm sorry, Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a 681-acre residential gated community. Have we done any surveying or impact to adjacent communities that would be impacted by the stress of the sewage and water usage to this community? Because 681 acres is a lot.
All of this was the capacity of our current water system and sanitation system can handle what's happening with this project as it's designed. The developer will build all of his infrastructure to connect to ours, and the capacity is there for us to handle it.
So let me ask the question again in a different way. Other cities are imposing on developers the responsibility of the stress that they're not just for building their own infrastructure for their community, but the stress that it places on adjacent areas and that infrastructure. Because it is a stress. So I know you're looking at, okay, they're going to pay for all their infrastructure that they build to support their community, but all that water has to go through another community that's in the city that we have to pay for. That's what I want to know, if that's being looked at.
It has been looked at.
Okay, can you send that survey to me so that I can see it?
I'm not quite sure what survey you're looking for. The development here would connect to the city's current sewer infrastructure, which flows westerly to the sanitation plant, which has plenty of capacity to handle any sewer effluent that this project could handle. It is treated at our plant and then released into the Arroyo Simi. So that's all been analyzed through the environmental impact report, as well as there's a wastewater plan, if I remember correctly. We can share that with you if you'd like, but it's all, everything that this project is involved in connects to city's current infrastructure, and our infrastructure is in place to handle everything that it could give to us.
Okay, so.
We have a plant capacity of 15 million gallons, roughly, Ron, or 18 million gallons, and I don't think we've hit 11 yet, so.
Aren't we very fortunate in the location of this project that it is somewhat downhill all the way into our system also?
It will flow well.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because we're going to vote on capital improvements projects, and we keep talking about aging infrastructure. So I know the water treatment facility has capacity. I know that whatever they're going to build adjacent, for their own community has capacity. It's the in-between, from the water treatment center to that community. If we're asking for money from taxpayers, right, to upgrade that infrastructure because we haven't been able to upgrade it, then everybody else pays the cost in the city, but not those new developments. That doesn't seem equitable to me.
So the developer does pay sewer connection charges in order to deal with those in-between issues. So there are connection charges that the developer would pay.
Let me also add that the development is, as I recall, constructing their own water tank to serve the development, the track. I believe they may be upsizing some sewer lines that go from their facility to join our facility. I think in Tapple Canyon Road, upsizing the pipe size. They're building pumping stations, et cetera. So any demand that they put on our system, they will be constructing what's needed to maintain our system in a good operating condition.
Okay. Thank you.
May I move to approve consent item number 12?
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Just in case. Bam. Some people made money after betting how many consent items we pulled. I'm serious. All right, call the meeting back to order.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 8A, the second reading of ordinance number 1139, approving a request from Runkle Canyon LLC for an amendment to the Runkle Canyon Development Agreement DA-2021-0001, DA-04-01, AMD number 4, to allow a 3-year time extension for the Runkle Canyon Woodlands project located at the south terminus of Sequoia and Talbot Avenues and Watson and Comet Avenues. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1339, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving a request from Runkle Canyon LLC for an amendment to the Runkle Canyon Development Agreement DA-2021-001, DA-04-01, AMD number 4, to allow a 3-year time extension for the Runkle Canyon Woodlands project located at south terminus of Sequoia and Talbot Avenues and Watson and Comet Avenues.
Do we have a report?
Second reading.
I move to adopt ordinance number 1339.
Second?
Motion and call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8B, second reading of ordinance number 1341, to amend portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code to provide clarifications, definitions, and updated development permit procedures, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1341, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley for Z-S-2022-001 to amend portions of Title IX of the Simi Valley Municipal Code to provide clarifications, definitions, and updated development permit procedures, a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Comments?
Not a comment, but a motion, Mayor, if you're ready.
Okay, ready.
I move to adopt ordinance number 1341.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8C, second reading of ordinance number 1342, authorizing the military equipment use policy for the City of Simi Valley Police Department. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1342, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, State of California, adding Chapter 45, Military Equipment Policy, to Title V of the Simi Valley Municipal Code governing the use of military equipment by the Police Department.
Comments?
We'll be voting no on this. I do not believe that the factors that were intended by the legislator have been met for safeguarding civilian life.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I move second reading of ordinance 1342.
Thank you. Second.
Okay. Call for the vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Lovenos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A, review and approval of the fiscal year 2022-23 budget, approval of 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2022-23 to fiscal year 2026-27, approval of fiscal year 2022-23 transit budget and programs and program of projects, and adoption of resolutions. The reading of the resolutions is as follows. Resolution number 2022-35, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley authorizing the filing of applications with the Federal Transit Administration and Operating Administration of the United States Department of Transportation for federal transportation assistance authorized by 49 U.S.C. Chapter 53 and for any Title 23 United States Code and other federal statutes administered by the Federal Transit Administration. Resolution number 2022-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley amending Resolution number 2022-16 to modify salary ranges of certain general unit designated job classifications, retitle the Waterworks Service Workers Series, and provide related salary increases to incumbents, and rescinding all previous resolutions to the extent that they are in conflict herewith. Resolution number 2022-37, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, excuse me, amending Resolution number 2021-39 to retitle the management designated classification of court liaison to investigative assistant. Resolution number 2022-38, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley amending Resolution number 2021-50 to delete the confidential designated classification of assistant city attorney and related salary range and reclassify the incumbent to a confidential designated classification of senior assistant attorney and related salary range. Resolution number 2022-39, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley amending Resolution number 2022-16 and Resolution number 2022-13 to retitle the classification of Deputy Police Chief to Assistant Police Chief, and Resolution number 2022-04 WWD-288 SA-11 PL-32, a joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, Boards of Directors of Ventura County Waterworks District Number 8, successor agency to the City of Simi Valley Community Development Agency, and Board of Trustees for the Simi Valley Library, approving the fiscal year 2022-23 annual budget and the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2022-23 to fiscal year 2026-27. And Carolyn Johnson is here to present this item.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, and I don't know if it's appropriate to do it now or after the presentation.
Okay, I'd say now.
Yes, I move to postpone this item, item 9A, till our next meeting at the end of June to give the public enough time to read the 300-page document and get questions answered by staff. Mr. Bartholomew brought up that he had sent several emails and hadn't gotten a response. I believe for transparency and accountability, our residents should have answers to their questions and sufficient time to review this 300-page budget, which is the foundation of our community. So I'm just asking to postpone this item 9A till our next meeting.
I'm not going to second it at this time, but I would suggest that we have the report by Carolyn and have the discussion about it, and then later, after we've had all the discussion, if there is a feeling or a consensus, possibly at that time we could discuss postponing it. I would want to hear from our city manager what that means in terms of time frame as far as implementing programs, et cetera. But I personally, regardless of whether we vote on this tonight or vote on it in 2 weeks, I would love to have the presentation as prepared right tonight.
Any other comments from the dais?
I'm fine with the amendment. If that's an amendment to my motion, to have the presentation tonight and vote in June, that's fine. I just want to give the public more time, as we had residents who came and emails that were sent to us by the city clerk, all requesting more time to review the budget.
I only comment with this is, why are we going to move forward with looking at the whole item tonight, take the time of everybody tonight, and then vote on it? Because then if we vote to do it at a later date, then we just listen to possibly a flawed budget. If you believe it's flawed, then you can make that vote right now.
Yeah, I just want to give the public, clearly they took the time to come tonight and give comment and email comments, so that's my motion, is to postpone 9A until the following city council meeting. Give the public some transparency and accountability and some answers.
Okay, looking for a second.
The motion fails for lack of a second.
I won't second it now. I want the presentation. No, another motion could be made again if desired, but
That's not a second then, that's a new motion.
correct. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying I'm not seconding it now because I very much want to hear what I want to discuss it tonight and then decide if we need to discuss it further. But I'd like to have the discussion tonight.
That's fine. Okay, presentation, please.
Okay, so today I have the proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget for your review. Staff's recommendations are to approve the Simi Valley Transit fiscal year 22-23 program of projects, review and approve the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget and 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 23 through 27, as well as 6 resolutions, which the city clerk just read off what those were. So tonight, first I'm going to talk a little bit about the city's major financial documents, and then go over the general fund, and then the general fund forecast and economic outlook, and then we'll talk about some capital projects that are in the budget for next year, and then we'll take a little deeper look at the three enterprise funds, and then review some of the great staff accomplishments over the past year, and then we'll have time for any comments or questions. So the city has 2 main financial documents that are produced and approved by the City Council every year. On the picture on the left there is the city budget document, which is presented to City Council every June, and it is effective from July 1st through June 30th. It's a plan for the next fiscal year, and the plan is based on estimated revenues and expenditures. Then the picture on the right is the annual comprehensive financial report. That's approved by City Council each spring. This year it was presented to City Council and approved on April 25th. And this document contains the financial records of the prior fiscal year. The document is prepared and audited in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles and contains a complete set of financial statements. So today we're here to review the budget document. So the city has some financial policies that state that the city will maintain a prudent general fund reserve balance for emergencies, and City Council has established that to be 17% of general fund budgeted expenditures. As of the end of last fiscal year, the city had an unrestricted general fund balance of over 60% of general fund operating expenses. The financial policies also state that the city will adopt and maintain a structurally balanced budget. So what that means is that ongoing operating revenues meet or exceed ongoing operating expenditures. And any year-end remaining funds are available for one-time uses as determined by City Council. So in regards to the reassignment of year-end remaining funds, last April, City Council adopted a fund balance policy to preserve a healthy and appropriate general fund balance while also using surplus funds to address one-time investments into the community. The policy states that year-end surplus general fund dollars can be reassigned into 3 funds. And the reassignment is 40% into an infrastructure fund, 40% to a retirement fund, and 20% to a contingency fund. And decisions on exactly how best to spend the money would be brought back to council to consider at a later time. Initially, during the budget process, the money would simply be put into these separate funds so that it will be available for future consideration. Last fiscal year, which was fiscal year 2021, was discussed in detail at the March 21st City Council meeting. To recap, after all revenues and expenses for the year were accounted for, the city had a year-end surplus of just over $8 million. So this brought the general fund balance to $48.5 million. Keeping in mind the year-end surplus policy and the $8 million surplus that was at the end of fiscal year 2021, the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget includes transferring the amount of the surplus into the 3 predetermined funds as defined by the fund balance policy for future City Council consideration. But before we get too far into the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget, let's look at this current fiscal year, which will end on June 30th. We are again seeing the combination of increased revenues and decreased expenditures. Therefore, we are estimating the year to end with a $9.5 million surplus. This would bring the general fund balance to $58.1 million. So the surplus is due to conservative revenue budgeting because we were still experiencing the pandemic as this year's budget was being developed. Because of that, departments continued to be careful with expenditures and positions stayed vacant for longer than typical. Also, the highly active real estate market has driven the property tax revenue up. These large year-end surpluses are not expected to continue into future years and are considered one-time dollars. The city is using the one-time surpluses to evaluate the infrastructure and other budgetary needs of the city. So the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget was created with the intention of funding long-term deficiencies with the one-time revenue surpluses that the city has enjoyed. With that in mind, the proposed budget also contains $7.9 million for streets and roads, with $2.7 million of that coming from the general fund, and $2.8 million from the city's portion of the SB1 state gas tax revenue. There's also an additional $10 million put into streets, which is split between fiscal year 22 and 23, and that's from the ARPA, the American Rescue Act funds, that went into the general fund. There's also $500,000 from the general fund going towards the city's OPEB obligation, and another $500,000 going to shore up the fund balance in the city's general liability fund. City Council established a reserve fund policy for the sanitation and water funds. So the reserve funds are now showing in the budget document for the first time. The idea of creating reserve funds was included in the water and sanitation rate studies that were undertaken at the end of 2019. Looking at the general fund proposed budget for next year, we are expecting $84.8 million in revenues, which is $2 million more than what we are estimating for this current fiscal year. The increase is mostly in the category of taxes and franchises. So more specifically, that would be property tax, sales tax, and the transient lodging tax, which is also called hotel tax. We are expecting the revenues to continue to increase for another year and then level off. We are already beginning to see that the real estate market has begun to slow down. On the expenditure side, the expenditures for fiscal year 22-23 are budgeted at $84.6 million, which is $6 million more than the budget for this current fiscal year. Most of the increase is in the category of transfers to other funds, which includes the transfers to the Streets and Roads Fund, the General Liability Fund, and the Retiree Benefits Fund that I mentioned earlier. Expenditures are always budgeted higher than how the actual expenditures end the year. That's why I'm comparing the fiscal year 22-23 budget numbers to past adopted budgets and not to actual expenditure numbers. Actual expenditure numbers come in quite a bit lower than budget, and comparing budget to actual is not a meaningful comparison. So people always ask how much of the budget goes into each department. So this is a pie chart of the general fund for fiscal year 22-23. It shows each department's portion of the general fund. You can see here that the police department is 44.8% of the general fund, with Public Works coming in second at 20.7% of the general fund. Now this shows the two largest departments again, but it is by all city funds, not just the general fund. So you can see Public Works is actually 51.1% of the entire city budget, and the police department is 14.6%. And then all other departments combined bring in the remaining 34.3%. And the Public Works, they consist of the Transit Fund, the Sanitation Fund, and the Water Fund, and then the overall administration of that department is in the General Fund. So at the left of this chart, you can see the $8 million surplus from the fiscal year 2021 and the estimated $9.5 million surplus at the end of this current fiscal year. You can also see that moving forward, the city is not expecting to continue to enjoy such large year-end surpluses. The city's future budget projections anticipate a more moderate growth path closer to 2 to 3% growth. As we return to moderate increases, the proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget was developed with the understanding that the greater than normal revenue growth seen over the last 2 years is temporary, and therefore funds are not being committed to new long-term obligations. So due to many years of well-managed budgetary decisions, the city continues to experience revenue growth at a slightly faster rate than expenditures. The city is in a strong financial position, and this will allow the City Council to make strategic decisions for the foreseeable future. A softening of the revenues is on the horizon. The Federal Reserve has initiated a series of interest rate increases intended to slow the economy and address inflation. Federal COVID-related stimulus funds that flowed to consumers has ended, and labor and supply chain issues remain, although to a lesser degree. Additionally, the Simi Valley housing market is still experiencing a lack of inventory of existing homes, driving up the median home price and limiting the flow of families in migrating into the community. With an eye on these issues, as well as other short-term impacts, staff continues to monitor the national, state, and regional economies. So now I'll talk about the capital projects that are in the upcoming budget. There's a total of 144 projects in the 5-year capital improvement plan, with 57 of those projects requesting funding in the fiscal year 22-23. The total proposed funding for those 57 projects is $23.9 million, with $3.1 million of that coming from the general fund. There is $7.9 million for streets and roads, and another $7.9 million for waterworks projects. And then over the next 5 years, the anticipated capital project needs will be $122 million. Looking at the transit fund, which is one of the enterprise funds, the entire budget for transit for next year is $11.3 million, with $2.6 million of that for capital projects. And some of their main projects are getting 2 new transit buses that are either low or no emissions, overhauling the transit bus wash system, and 2 electric vans, along with the electric infrastructure for those vans, and overhauling the HVAC system serving the transit maintenance building. Sanitation is another one of our enterprise funds. There's actually 3 funds in sanitation. All those 3 funds combined equals $39.7 million requested in the next fiscal year's budget. $4.2 million of that is for capital projects. And some of the main projects are sewer line replacement projects, cleaning of 2 anaerobic digesters, sewer line inspections, and rehabilitation of various building roofs at the plant. Then our other enterprise is waterworks. Again, that's 3 funds combined. And the 3 funds combined are requesting $65.1 million in next fiscal year's budget. $7.9 million of that is for capital projects. Some of the main projects are pump station construction and rehabilitation, water line replacements, water tank repairs, inspection and cleaning, and emergency generators at pump stations and tank sites. So I want to talk a little about the accomplishments of our staff over the past year, and I'll just go department by department. So the first department is City Administration. City Administration launched a biannual economic update e-newsletter. And they coordinated and launched a redesigned city website. They launched a new City Focus e-newsletter to provide information to the public on city events, activities, projects, and programs, and engaged a consultant to develop an economic development strategic plan for the city. City Attorney's Office assisted the City Clerk's Office in processing of 257 public records requests. Also filed subrogation cases on the city's behalf to recover property damage caused by third parties, assisted in processing of 36 subpoenas served on the city, and investigated and made recommendations on 34 new claims, and managed the administration and closing of over 46 pending claims. The Administrative Services Department monitored the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES, and the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funds, ensuring proper application of funds and compliance with federal guidelines, implemented changes to the city's internal procurement process to electronically review and manage proposal and bid documents, and achieved the goal of a 12% of utility bill customers going green by subscribing to the Waterworks District's paperless billing option, and they continue to engage customers to utilize the paperless electronic statements. For Environmental Services, issued approximately 456 over-the-counter approvals and over 484 business tax certificates and 232 home occupation permits. They performed 20,000 building, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical inspections, adopted the city's housing element of the general plan, and submitted it to the California Department of Housing and Community Development for review, and adopted updates to the community development element and safety and noise element of the general plan. Public Works Department administered the installation of 39 new military banners honoring Simi Valley residents in the armed forces and replaced 57 damaged or worn banners, repaired or replaced 45 streetlight outages, 16 knockdowns, 4 overhead wire issues, and 28 miscellaneous issues. They retrofitted the Metrolink parking lot lights with energy-saving LED lights and maintain a Class 5 rating in the FEMA Community Rating System that provides a 25% flood insurance rate discount for a total of $300,000 annual savings for the community. And finally, the police department implemented the Etch and Catch catalytic converter anti-theft program. They maintained an emergency response time of less than 5 minutes. They continue to improve and expand the police department's social media footprint with the goal of enhancing transparency and community awareness. And they arrested 192 DUI drivers and investigated 704 vehicle collisions, 279 of which were injury accidents and 3 of which were fatalities. So in summary, the main concepts to keep in mind when reviewing the proposed budget are that the city continues to experience a strong financial position overall with a healthy general fund balance. The fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget is strategically developed to address long-term funding deficiencies with one-time dollars. And the proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget was developed with the understanding that the above normal revenue growth seen over the last 2 years is temporary, and therefore funds are not being committed to new long-term obligations. Okay. So with that, there is staff here from all the different departments. If there's questions or comments, we can take those.
Okay, questions for staff from Councilmember Luevanos?
Thank you, Mayor. I have quite a few questions. Okay, let me start here. Okay, have we ever included, with regard to public comment that was made by Mr. Bartholomew, why don't we include past budgets so we can compare trends in the budgets? Like, so we can see how much more or less we spent on different departments. Has that ever been done?
Sorry, you're saying past budgets?
Yeah.
No, we don't. No, we don't have.
Is that accessible to the public?
Yes,
All of
the
our budgets are online, both as well as our audited statements. We also, in the budget, we have year 2021, 21-22, proposed 22-23, and then in a couple of some areas we project out 23-24 and 24-25.
Okay, but that's just for expenditures and revenues. That's not like the change in $100 million to $200 million pension liability. That's not reflected anywhere in this budget.
Those are, I'm more than happy to address the pension liability and the OPEB issues that are being raised. But those tended to be documents or information you're going to find in the annual comprehensive financial report, not the budget document. The budget needs to pay for the annual expenditures for those items, which it does. But in terms of a planning document, it wouldn't be addressing prior years and future years.
So this budget does not reflect growing debt?
Growing debt?
Well, if our pension obligation increases, then that's growing debt.
That would be a document that would be in the annual comprehensive financial report that would show the city's current financial positions. The budget document is not a debt document.
Why aren't they included together?
I don't know a whole lot of cities that do include them both together.
Okay, I'm asking questions that residents asked since they didn't get answers. Sure. Is there, and I know that you knew I was going to ask this question because I had asked you previously. What are the pension and medical expenses for retirees? That was a question that we got.
So you had asked a question on lifetime medical.
Yes.
Okay. And currently we have, so in order to qualify for lifetime medical, you'd have had to have been employed by the city, working in the police department as a sworn officer prior to 2010. You have to work for 25 years in the department and retire from the city. as of July 1, as of upcoming July 1, 2022, we have 15 current employees that are eligible for that. There are 39 more that could qualify if they work their 25 years and if they retire from the city.
And how many are we paying for right now that are already retired? That we're paying, because we're paying lifetime medical, right?
We're paying lifetime medical on a number of them. I don't know the count of what we're currently paying for.
Okay, and are they required to apply for Medicare when they reach that age?
Yes,
And so but we continue to supplement that cost.
that's correct.
Is that reflected in this budget?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other employees that receive, and so that would be lifetime medical expenses for police officers and their spouses, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that is reflected in here. And is that, so anyone hired after 2010 doesn't get that?
None, correct. No sworn officer is hired after 2010 received that benefit.
Okay, and workers' comp would be a separate fund, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There was a lot of questions on the capital improvements, a lot of costs. I know, is part of that $7.9 million for streets and roads, is that part of the ARP funds or is that separate?
The $5 million of the ARPA funds that were set aside for streets and roads is in this current fiscal year. We have not received our second tranche of money from the federal government on the ARPA funds yet. We don't anticipate it until after July 1. So that second $5 million will hit after July 1. So there is $10 million total going to streets and roads, split between those two fiscal years. That's just because of when we received the money.
So of the $7.9 million that's included in this budget, $5 million of that is from one-time use funds we got from the American Rescue Plan, and the other $2.9 million is general fund?
So we have $10 million. We have $10 million from the ARPA funds. We have another 4.8 of other monies for major streets, and another 2.8 for minor streets. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have 2 million coming from the general fund for major streets, from the general fund. There's
2.8 in gas tax.
Yeah, 2.8 in gas tax. The 5 million that's coming next year in the ARPA funds aren't in here because that was voted on separately and we don't have that money yet. So that's not, that 5 million that we haven't got yet is not in here.
So that would be that's not included in this budget, the additional $5 million.
The 5 million that we haven't got yet.
Okay. But one of the 5 million chunks that we already approved, that's in there. That's part of this funding, yes? That's part of this revenue source?
It's not, because that actually came in this current fiscal year, and we're only
Okay.
looking at 22-23.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought here. The question was asked, and so I'm going to ask it on behalf of the residents. Why are we only paying $500,000 into the pension fund?
So that brings up the whole question of the OPEB fund, and let me take a moment to address that. OPEB is other post-employment benefits. That includes health, our health insurance for retirees. In 2009, the City Council decided to pre-fund the OPEB fund. So we would be paying in advance for future employees' retirement needs. Unfortunately, since 2009, the city really has not been paying into that fund, and that's why you'll see in the budget document there are very low rates. Page 22. Because the city has not been paying into that pre-fund. Someone made the comment of, I charge money on my credit card and I don't make the payment. Actually, the analogy is I'm charging on my credit card $100 and I'm paying $500. You're paying in advance. The city has not been paying in advance. We've not been pre-funding it. We have been on a pay-as-you-go basis. And in the current budget, there's $2.8 million budgeted to pay for retirement benefits for all the retirees that are receiving benefit for next fiscal year. There have been no benefits reduced. We have not reduced anyone's health insurance benefit. We haven't reduced anyone's benefit. So we continue to make the payments on a pay-as-you-go basis, but we haven't in the past funded pre-funded the retirement plans. We set aside $500,000 this year to start making progress to do that pre-funding. Now, the pre-funding, the money that will be in that fund is for future retirement benefits. So it's not a debt we currently have. If we were to continue on the path of pay-as-you-go, that money may never get used, or it gets used at the very end. If we shift to pre-funding, we have to pay the $2.8 million that we'd be funding today for current retirees, and pay several million dollars in addition to whittle down that current pre-funded level, which is an actuarial on how many employees we have, an estimate on when they would retire, estimate on what the benefit would be at that time, several other demographics. It follows an actuarial. We would probably have to pay another $3 million into the fund every year to get to some point in time of being completely pre-funded. Now, similar to PERS, most agencies are not pre-funded. They're at some level of funding for their what's called UAL, unfunded accrued liability. Right now, so in this budget, I believe we indicate on, here we go, page 23, that our current funding on the pension, our PERS, is at 69.3% for miscellaneous and 70% for sworn. Is that right? Yeah, I'm reading that right.
67.4.
So, I'm sorry, 67.4 and 67, yeah. Now, the PERS debt swings every year. Last year, it was at $164 million that was our unfunded liability. As a result of PERS activity 2 years ago, and there's always a 2-year lag, PERS did very well and returned a 21.3% return on their investment. That's going to drop our UAL down to $140 million. It's going to be different next year. It could be higher or lower. It can be different the year after that. It's going to be all over the place. So we pay our PERS liability based upon two issues: the normal cost, which covers current employee retirement benefits, and our UAL, which are retirees that have already retired. PERS tells us what we need to pay. They give us the number of what our UAL payment is, and we pay on the normal cost based upon the normal cost for miscellaneous employees is 9.76% of payroll, and for sworn, I believe it's 19.7% for payroll. And those percentages are going down every year based upon the number of employees that are classic employees that were in prior to PEPRA being in place, and the number of employees that are in PEPRA. Those numbers are going to shift as time goes on. As our classic employees retire, the normal cost is going to go down, the UAL cost is going to go down. I think it peaks at 2030 and continues to go down after that. But on a PERS obligation, like I said, a year and a half ago, it was $164 million. Last year, it's going to be at $140 million. All depends on how PERS performs in terms of their return on investment and how much money they make. But I can tell you on the OPEB obligation, I would love it to be more funded than it is. But we're starting to address that again, but that is if we are pre-funding the future obligations that we have. The way we're handling it right now, we've been handling over the last many years is we're on a pay-as-you-go basis. Whatever the obligation is for year 22, 23 is 2.8 million, which is included in this budget. All of our retirees will receive their full benefit.
Okay, I have a couple more questions, Mayor, but I will let someone else ask questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Thank you, Mayor. I had an order of questions, but since we're discussing pension liabilities, let me just ask a couple questions to clarify. And I appreciate, because I know several people spoke to their questions about obligations and whether they're truly represented in the budget, et cetera. And so I want to be sure that we are being clear about that. It is my understanding that the decision we made to use the surplus at 40%, in fact, I was encouraged to find that it was in fund, let's see, where is it? 120, I believe 120, 121, 122, I believe is where, 121 is specifically the retirement obligation fund.
Correct.
And that's where we are choosing to put the 3.2 additional $1 million at the moment.
Well, it's only sitting there until we come back to the council to allocate it.
Correct. So it's sitting there.
Yes.
So let me first ask, the budget as presented does not indicate that we're specifically using these funds, or does it?
It does not.
It does not, okay.
We are
So
not using these
So I want
funds.
to make it very clear to those in attendance, or those who are concerned about it, that this is in addition, that you'll come back and say, now, let's decide whether we want to prepay. Do we choose to invest elsewhere, since we know that the state is very limited in where they choose to invest their funds, and we may choose to have, for instance, a 115 trust or something.
Correct. So on pages 220, 221, 222, well, that's interesting. Fund 120, 121, and 122.
Yes.
Are the funds that were set aside from the surplus policy the council adopted in May. We didn't want to allocate those funds until we come back to the council after this budget was adopted and make final decisions on if they should or how they will be allocated. The funds that are being set aside for retirement obligation fund can be applied to OPEB. They can be applied to PERS as an additional discretionary payment. They can be put into a 115 trust and set aside for a rainy day. Those are decisions that we will leave to the council at a later date.
Which I personally think is valuable, because we maybe can get a better return, et cetera. And so, to your point, then, with regards to what's happening with our unfunded liability, you're saying that right now we would be paying at about 70%.
On the PERS?
On PERS.
We're actually at 70, just short of 75% funded,
Gotcha.
based upon the last preliminary numbers we've seen from PERS.
Okay.
Now,
and I know there was some
nothing-
tremendous returns lately, but the stock market's doing all sorts of crazy things, so who knows?
Nothing stays constant with PERS. So they just lowered their rate of return from 7% to 6.8%. So that's going to have a dynamic change. And keep in mind, what happens with PERS, there's a 2-year lag. Whatever happens at PERS this year won't start affecting the city for 2 more years afterwards. So whatever their performance is this year doesn't affect the city, does not impact the city for additional 2 years. And even then, there's a 5-year ramp up to any modifications. So if
let's say if our target funding is 80%, let's say, if that were it, it might behoove us to hold on to these funds, invest them, et cetera, because our obligation in a couple of years might be affected, because we don't know yet what that is.
That's right. So, so for instance, the PERS return of 21.3% recently will result in 2 years of a approximately $2 million lower payment on our UAL. Now, they could, this year, they could do abysmal and get zero return. In 2 years, we'll have that effect, and that could make our payment go up by $2 million,
Sure.
negating it all. So we play the purge game every year. We get actuarials in usually the end of July, August timeframe. We receive the actuarials, which are available online to anyone that wants to look at them. You go to PERS website, you can get any city's actuarial. And at that time, we know how the prior 2 years have affected our payments, and then we budget accordingly for the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. So I did have some questions, non-PERS related, if that's all right.
Oh, it would have me so much fun.
I know, well, we can continue if you want. I wish there was a perfect solution. There isn't in my book.
Well, and I'm sorry, I do
please.
want to mention, two speakers mentioned we should refinance our PERS and OPEB obligations. Well, we know how that went. It was proposed in 2019 that we do that refinancing, and that did not go very well.
And that is, we could discuss that, why I don't think pension obligation bonds should be paid on the back of our taxpayers, but that's a whole nother.
It was a recommendation from the public. We have previously looked at that recommendation. The council chose not to go down that path.
Fair enough, fair enough. First of all, I want to thank Carolyn. I want to thank you for being, I think, realistic in your projections and not recognizing that what our economy is doing now, that likely we won't have some of these windfalls. So thank you for being accurate, I feel, and being realistic. And also appreciated your statement of all of our accomplishments. And they're more in the budget to read, which is great. My question is regarding that we are now setting up our water and our sewer. Basically, we're choosing to break them out into reserves, and actually, if I'm not incorrect, is that correct? So that we now have our active, whatever we call that, and then a reserve fund. So 2 different funds. My question is about those reserve funds. I know that we made the decision. Are they to be used only for state of emergencies, or as they grow, is that also a source for capital improvements? What is the definition of that reserve fund as they are?
It's undefined, because the concern we had when we came with the sewer and water rate changes, 2 years ago, staff had recommended and the council approved setting up these reserve funds for use in future capital expenses as well as potential emergency situations. So it could be used for either. It is at the discretion of the city council or the Waterworks Board.
Okay, well, and that's what I wanted to specify, because because it wasn't clear to me. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. A quick question about some of the job classification changes, which, as she looks over.
Shannon is here to help with that.
Shannon, as you looked over at Shannon, this is the breadth of what's being proposed tonight is large, and so and it's really a lot to discuss. But my question, and I'll turn to page 10. I think that's where you listed some of the recommendations. I guess my real question, if I can get back to my where I made some written notes. If I read it correctly, the SEIU can recommend up to 3 job classifications a year to be reviewed. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm kind of curious how these classifications were selected. I'm hearing some discussion that we are training, we get wonderful people trained, and then they get bought off elsewhere because they're so good. Other cities are trying to woo them away. So I guess my question is, do these job classifications address that possible happenstance, or is that just hearsay? I mean, does that make sense? Are they, and how were these selected?
I could not speak to how SEIU came to their selection of which 3 classifications to look at. But when they did put forward their request, the city manager at that time decided that due to other outside circumstances and trying to retain employees in these areas, that he wanted to go forward with the study. And then, in addition, the Public Works Department asked that also the Waterworks series come forward in the same studies because they're having similar issues. So that's how we arrived at the 4 job class benchmarks.
So thank you. So if I'm, so is that, so I guess my question then, in what I'm hearing, is that that is attempting to address some of that.
These have been some of our more problematic positions on retention.
Yes.
And so, we're pleased that SEIU selected these particular classifications because we've had retention issues in plant operator and waterworks service workers. And this now moving the positions to the median will help us with the retention, because the survey we have agreed upon in the MOU, we have agreed upon survey cities that we compare our salaries to. So we compared them with those cities that are in the MOU, and the results are in the report, which showed that we were sufficiently lower on salaries. So this is going to certainly help on our retention issues.
Okay, thank you. I just was hoping that was the reason, part of the rationale in particular for this change. Thank you. Those are my questions for right this moment. I'm sure there are others down the row.
No, I had the questions about the OPEB, and City Manager Gabler already handled those.
So, go ahead, keep going, Mayor Pro Tem Wetzel.
Actually, well, let me just. Actually, I think I'm okay for now, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Councilmember Luevanos.
That's okay. I'm concerned that as I went through this budget, it's as stated specifically in specific departments and overall that there's an increase in salary because there were vacancies. I saw that throughout this report. Vacancies in waterworks, vacancies in sanitation, vacancies throughout the city. And I'm concerned about that. I'm glad that we are reclassifying so that we will meet the market median to retain some of the employees. But I did notice that for the Public Works Department on page 14 of the staff report, it said that these changes will amount to an ongoing salary and benefit savings of $35,100. And I'm wondering if, does that mean that we're going to lose those people? Like, are we lowering their salaries? How are we saving money? Are we not filling those positions? Because it seems like most of the issues we have with regards to expenditures and revenues is that we've had all these savings because we haven't filled positions. And that just puts a strain on our city employees, and that's not fair to them to say, hey, we're just not going to hire. I know exactly what this feels like because I'm a teacher, and if someone calls in sick and we don't have a substitute, then the strain is on me. And that's what happens here at the city. If we don't fill vacant positions, if someone retires or leaves and we don't fill that position, then all the other employees in the city who work very hard and very dedicated to the city, but they have to bear those extra responsibilities. And I don't want that to continue to happen to our city employees.
So let me clarify, and I've said it here before, we're not filling positions. We have not held back, for this entire fiscal year, we have not held back filling any positions. Like other cities across the country, as well as in California and in our region, it is very difficult right now finding employees. It's very difficult to find experienced employees. If you are in the PERS system and you hit 55, it is a distinct advantage right now, given where things have been and COVID and fears. You've got a lot of retirees going out the door. And so I commend Ron and as Director of Public Works in looking at all of his different positions and where they can make changes in how they are hiring. What we are finding There's several different things. One is we know we have a salary issue that we're beginning to address. We provided salary increases for employees at the last negotiation round, and it'll come up again in 2023, and we expect to have to deal with those similar issues, and we need to find some parity on salaries. But what we're finding is that the more experienced employees are not in the workforce, and we're finding that we're needing to hire employees that have probably less experience than would be ideal, which would be at a lower classification. And then we spend more time training these employees in order to move them up through the city system and in order through the ranks. I think what we found in some of the changes that the Department of Public Works is they really evaluated the positions that they had and how is the best way to fill those positions. It's not that we're not filling positions, it's how we're filling the positions. And it's a challenge. We are constantly recruiting. I signed what we call PAs, personal action forms today. I signed 5 today for new employees. We are on a regular recruiting process for a number of different positions. But it is indicative of the industry. There just aren't enough people wanting to go in government service anymore. And it's unfortunate because it is a good career to be in, but we're doing our best to try and recruit as many as we can. But we are not holding back any positions. We are recruiting as many and as quickly as we possibly can.
Have we adjusted, though? Because that's my concern, because that's what I hear. And I have lots of family that's in government. And they leave not necessarily because of the salary, but because of the flexibility, because of the work culture, because, they can take that, every other Friday off, or they don't have to come into every meeting in person. They can meet via Zoom. And so that's like someone who's doing, for example, the website or graphic design, like you don't have to be in an office here in the building to do that. You can do that from a computer at home. Obviously, if you're repairing the street, you have to be in the street, right? That's not something you can do remotely. But there are some things that you can do remotely that we can offer that flexibility for employees so that, they want to stay, because that's some of the reasons that people leave. And I know I have family members that have left because they're like, hey, I'm a working parent. I had asked for that in the American Rescue Plan funding, more funding for daycare for our working families. We are a community of family. Everyone says they come to Simi Valley because it's family friendly, right? And they want to raise their families here. Well, how do you do that if you don't have that support, either the flexibility to work from home or, the support so that you can have your kids in daycare? Are we offering that kind of support? Because until we compete on that level, we're going to continue to lose employees. And it costs us money, because I'm seeing in the budget here how we have to increase salaries, right? We have to increase benefits to keep people. And it's not always about money. Sometimes it's about the culture. Sometimes it's about the flexibility. So are we offering that?
People leave organizations for various different reasons. And, it is, some people leave. We've had a number of employees leave the state. We've had a number of employees leave the area. We've lost very few employees to adjacent agencies. That's not where they're going. We are losing some to higher salaries, but most of them are leaving the area, and that's where the majority of our issues lie. I believe we have been working on the corporate culture for the agency for a number of years. And quite frankly, COVID really, with a remote workforce, was a very negative impact on the corporate culture of the city, because we lost touch with our employees that were working remotely. We had employees that when we came back to work a lot of them hadn't met each other because they were all hired during COVID. So we continue to evolve. We continue to look at different options. There are a number of different things that we're doing to build our workforce. But this is, like I said, this is not just a Simi Valley problem. This is a regional problem. We are also in an area of 10 cities that isolates us away from a very large employment bank over in the San Gabriel Valley and San Fernando Valley, where the 10 cities up here tend to exchange employees back and forth because they're moving between agencies. We're not in San Gabriel Valley where you've got 35 cities that are surrounded by each other and you can move around a lot easier. So it's a difficult time, and it's always has been historically a difficult recruiting people up to Ventura County, especially as you look at the cost of living and the cost of housing up here. So there are a number of different issues that we deal with in terms of recruiting, but this isn't a City of Simi Valley issue. This is a very wide issue spread across the state of California.
I have another question. I don't know if you can answer it or who can answer this question. There was and this was an email that we got as well. I believe we all got it. There was an increase to the Simi Valley Police Department budget of $3.2 million. And that means that 44.8% of our budget, $37.9 million, is going to the Simi Valley Police Department. That's more than the 40% that Moore Park gives to the police department, more than the 29.8% that Thousand Oaks uses, despite the fact that they have lower crime rates. So how do we justify that to our city employees? How do we justify that to our residents? Because we heard Mr. Banforth earlier talking about how we need to focus on mental health, and I would like to take that load off of our police department because they're not trained to be mental health counselors. They're trained to be law enforcement officers. So why are we not shifting some of that funding to those services, to those mental health services?
So the police department budget did not go up by $3.2 million. What someone is comparing is the estimated actual, what is actually being spent during this fiscal year, and what is being proposed for next fiscal year. You can't compare an actual to a budget. You have to compare actuals to actuals and budgets to budgets. If you look at the police department's budget between last fiscal year and this fiscal year, it only goes up by $230,000. That's the entire increase of the police department budget between fiscal year 22 and proposed fiscal year 23. If you look at the estimated actual between what actually was spent in fiscal year 21, which is versus what is anticipated to be spent in fiscal year 22, the current one we're in, it's actually gone down by $206,000. So the budget is not going up by $3.2 million. Now, that being said, the chief and I have a couple of ideas in order to address mental health issues in the community that we'll be bringing forth in the next probably 60 days that will provide some options and some relief, hopefully, for our vulnerable population that's in the community.
I have a solution to both of those issues. That if we find people who are shooting off illegal fireworks, yes, we are, because we are looking at revenues, and with regard to the fines, I saw that there were very few fines that were issued by the police department. So if fines were issued for fireworks, we could handle the mental health issue of many veterans, children with special needs, pets, and those with PTSD, while creating revenue for the police department. Is that something that's possible, Chief?
You got to come on the mic, Chief. Sorry.
Yeah, as you know, mental health takes a lot of money. So, at $100 a site, it's not going to really provide us with any way to house people that need housing. I mean, it's like I said, every little bit helps, and we have a plan in place this year to increase our citations, and we already have the hotline up, and we already have officers going out and making contact with people where anonymous complaints are coming in. So, yeah, we plan on addressing that, but I don't think that's a legitimate path to addressing some of the serious problems which involve housing and things like that. So
no, I'm not suggesting for housing. What I'm suggesting is that there is stress that is caused to many residents by fireworks.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
With PTSD, people with kids with special needs, people with pets.
Now you're exceeding what's not been properly agendized.
So that I was just suggesting that. So I'm just responding to the chief.
Okay.
If there are no more questions, I'll do a motion. Okay. I move to approve the Simi Valley Transit Fiscal Year 2022-23 Program of Projects to be forwarded to the Ventura County Transportation Commission And I move to adopt resolution number 2022-35, authorizing the city manager to execute and submit the filing of grant applications with the FTA. And I move to adopt resolution number 2022-36 to modify salary ranges of certain general unit designated job classifications, retitle the Waterworks Services Worker Series, and provide related salary increases to incumbents, and rescinding all previous resolutions to the extent that they are in conflict herewith. And I move to adopt resolution number 2022-37 to retitle the management designated classification of court liaison to investigative assistant. And I move to adopt resolution number 2022-38 to identify a new confidential designated classification of senior assistant city attorney. And I move to adopt resolution number 2022-39 to retitle the classification of deputy police chief to assistant police chief.
Second?
One more on the top, 7.
Oh, we got 7, yeah.
Hold on, next page.
Which is kind of the most, the big one.
There it is.
That's the budget.
And I move to adopt resolution number 2022-40, WWD-288/SA-11/PL-32, got all that? Approving the fiscal year 2022-23 annual budget and the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2022-23 to fiscal year 2026-27, incorporating the previously adopted budgets for the Cultural Arts Center and Council on Aging.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Call for the vote.
I'm voting no on 6, 7, 8, yes on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But since you put them all together, my vote will be a no.
Mayor Mashburn, waiting for your vote.
Mine's not,
There's nothing showing up.
Let me cancel
you're
it.
leaving me out.
I'll cancel it and do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Showing now?
Thank you.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luévanos voting no.
Mr. Mayor, very briefly, and members of the council, I want to thank you for your confidence in the city team. Once again, passing the budget. It has been a long effort, and we believe that we've put together a very sustainable budget going into the future. I thank Carolyn for her hard work, and all the other department heads and their staffs that have done a tremendous amount of work putting this budget together. Linda Swan in my office has been my right-hand person to I help putting the budget together. She's recovering at home, feeling ill, but we do miss her, and I just want to thank the council for their confidence in the document.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 10A, City Council Member Reports.
All right. I think we've been gone a long time, so this is going to take a while. Councilmember Luévanos.
I'll keep mine short.
Okay. That was short.
No, hold on. On Thursday, June 2nd, we had the Clean Power Alliance meeting where we discussed setting the rates with regard to price of energy and fiscal feasibility of Clean Power Alliance. We are now required, according to state law, to have $97 million in a fund, a viability fund. So we got a loan and we're going to fund that, but we'll be able to pay it back because we have revenue. So there will be fiscal solvency for Clean Power Alliance. On Saturday, June 4th, I attended the Simi Pride event. It is not the first, and I know it definitely will not be the last Simi Pride event at Rancho Park, the Duck Pond Park, as everyone else knows it, Rancho Simi. And the truth is it was not widely advertised, and there's a reason for that. And thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging that the LGBTQ community has been targeted. There was just recently, a few days ago, there was a group of about 32 Patriot Front armed members that were heading to a gay pride event in Idaho. And obviously they were not there to, greet them or be supportive because they were armed to the teeth. So that's the reason why Simi Pride was not, advertised widely, because it was for the safety of the participants. We did, regardless of that, have over 300 participants. Families came. Royal High School has a gay-straight alliance. I'm really proud of them. And just so you know, just having a gay-straight alliance on campus reduces suicide by 50% for everybody, whether you're gay or straight. So I'm really proud that they have that at Royal High School, and there's a lot of groups around. So it was a beautiful event. It will continue to happen. I know that it will. Thursday, June 9th, I attended the WELL Conference, which is Water Education for Latino Leaders. This is why you kept hearing me talk about non-functional turf, because it was wonderful to hear from other municipalities in terms of how they're dealing with the drought, how they're dealing with water usage. We have increased population by 26% in California, but we've actually lowered our water usage by 16% since '95. So that shows that we're doing really good in terms of using less water. And so we just have to have the attitude of, if no one uses too much, everyone will have enough. We really have to be a community in addressing these issues with the drought, because we are getting to the point where there's just not going to be enough water for basic things like sanitation and agriculture. And so I came away with a lot of ideas. I'll be talking to the city manager and city attorney about some of the things that they're doing, implementing in other cities, and how we can tackle the water issues and water reclamation and things like that. I do want us to keep our fields, but the kids need soccer fields and grass for the soccer fields, but the parents don't. So we don't need that, right? They don't need that turf, but the kids do. And I told you I would keep it short. So that is my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During our hiatus for the last couple of weeks, I've attended a lot of things where I've appointed people or recommended them to the council to be appointed for the Arts Commission, for Neighborhood Council 4, for a couple of others. Anyways, that all came to tonight. We saw the people get appointed, so great job for all of them. I appreciate everybody that helped me on that. And the Arts Commission was the other one. I wanted to say really quick thank you to the Senior Center and the Council on Aging for putting on the Wellness Expo on May 18th. It was well attended. It was very well attended, actually. And I got a lot of compliments from people that were attending the Wellness Expo. It was right out here in the foyer. It happens every year. And they, like I said, they did a great job. Hope everybody was able to have a great Memorial Day. And remember, if you were unfortunate enough to have a relative fall, that person. It was a great weekend. Attended a couple festivals. One was the Happy Face Music Festival, and the other one was a Veterans Festival in regards to the fallen. On Wednesday, May 25th, we had our first Caligas MWD Drought Task Force. Not too much new came out of that we already know. Water once a day. If your house is odd or even, Saturday or Sunday. Be careful in your use of water. Just try to conserve. That's all we can ask. Please conserve. Monday, May 30th was Memorial Day. We had a concert at the Elks Lodge. Met with SCAG on Thursday, June 2nd for the Transportation Committee and the Regional Council. Not too much new out of that, although I did see on our budget that we're looking at alternative, didn't say electric, said alternative fuel buses. Just be advised that every city that has so far bought these buses has had serious issues with the buses. Vans, not so much. Vans are kind of like cars. You don't put too much of a load on them. They run okay. The buses are giving people a lot of problems. So let's make sure the technology is stable before we buy something like that. On Friday, I voiced the same concerns to VCTC because they're looking at the same kind of thing, alternate fuel buses. I think the thing to wait for and look for is the hydrogen fuel buses because they'll be coming out in a few years, and that should be perfected by the time they come out because they've already got it in cars. And it doesn't decrease with the load like electricity does. And plus, you don't have to burn coal to get hydrogen. Saturday, June 4th, I attended the Simi Valley Community Council's President Breakfast, along with Mayor Pro Tem Lister. great way to see all the outstanding volunteers in our community get honored. Earlier that morning, I was at the Ron Helis Run here at City Hall. We had 400 bikers out there in the parking lot, all riding in honor of Ron Helis. He was the sergeant from Ventura County Sheriff's Department that was killed in the line of duty at the borderline shooting. So that was a great show of support for him and his family. His wife was there. It was great. Our police department was out there in force saying hi to everybody. Richie Lou was giving speeches, mentioned the chief. Chief was on vacation, I think. So it was a very good time. You guys did a great job. There was a lot of bikes. I just got to say that again. And today I had a Council on Aging meeting. It was also attended by Mayor Pro Tem Lister. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. On Tuesday, May 17th, I, with Councilmember Judge, we did our neighborhood council interviews for 2 and 4, and one of our elected for 4 is here visiting, so welcome. On Thursday, May 19th, I had the EDC regular board meeting. We have a lot of stuff coming out of there, and I will have a better presentation, I think, next month. We have some special stuff coming up. On Saturday, I just wanted to say on Saturday, May 21st, thank you for all those that went to the Ventura County Animal Shelter and did the Build-A-Beds. It was supposed to be from 9 to noon. I was going to go out there. They were done by 10 o'clock. They built 208 beds. So, I mean, it was great. They're dog beds, you know, but yeah, I saw a video of Jackie Rose, who's the director there, thanking everybody, going, oh my God, we're done. So it was congrats and thank you to all of those people. And congrats to our new, we had some new senior police officers sworn in on the 23rd, so congrats to them. I was at work, so I wasn't able to attend. And let's see, I went to Seattle for a couple days, so I was out of town. I actually was in Seattle, and it was sunny one day. So just had to share that. It doesn't happen very often. I know. On June 1st, I attended the EDC Executive Board meeting, and they are one of the winners of the Pacific Coast Times Best Place to Work. So they're very, very excited that the employees there, and they're being celebrated on the 23rd at Santa Barbara Zoo. So congrats to Bruce Stensley and his entire crew. They are awesome. On Saturday, June 4th, I had the pleasure of taking my grandson to the library for the summer reading kickoff. It was awesome. There were a lot of people, and so they have a reading. They have a lady read a couple of books for the kids. They're sitting around, you know, they can sit on their floor, they can sit with their parents. Then they had crafts for them to do. And my grandson's 2.5, so there were bubbles on the patio. That was his favorite thing. And then outside, Kiwanis had a nice hot dog stand, so you could get hot dogs and have lunch. So there were a lot of people sitting out there and having lunch. But our library does so much. Kelly Bealey and her staff just do fantastic. And you could tell by the people that were there, they go all the time. So it's not just somebody going once. They join the summer reading program because the kids can get prizes. And they enjoy all the different activities. So it's not just for reading. Our library is really a lot of fun. I probably won't take my grandson, though. I was exhausted afterwards. So, and you know, I think that was it, other than Mayor Pro Tem and I, Mayor Pro Tem Lister and I attended a thank you on Saturday the 11th for one of our newly elects. So, which was very nice to see. There were 400 people, I think. So a lot of council people from all over the county. So it was kind of good mingling time. There were so many of us that didn't introduce us, which was probably nice for everybody.
Was there any drinking involved?
No. The beer and wine in one room, and no, there was nothing. No, but it was a great time, and it was in a local new ranch here in town that is starting to do events. So Wolf Creek Ranch, which is very nice. But we were debating, is it Thousand Oaks or Simi? It's actually unincorporated area. Oh, he's in the county. Oh, darn. We were, Moorpark and I were arguing. You know, we said, no, it's in Simi. But it's a beautiful facility. Brandon Wolf, I believe his name is. It's a nice new facility and opportunity for our community, put it that way. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mayor Pro Tem Lipscomb.
Thank you, Mayor. I will tell you, as I reviewed what we've done, what I've been involved in the last several weeks, I came to a really appreciation that our community has so many wonderful opportunities and events. And so I will run through it. I'll try to fly through it quickly. May May 18th, also the Wellness Expo was fabulous. Also attended the Simi Valley PTA, PTSA awards, and it was great to see and honor the outstanding volunteers that help with school and PTA. Also toured the waste management recycling facility. If you haven't seen that, I would recommend it. It really is incredible to see what they're doing out in Sun Valley, Sylmar, with our waste. Thursday, May 19th, I had the fun of attending Sinaloa's portfolio review and got to sit down with some middle schoolers and really appreciate all that they are doing in their growth and development. A wonderful program that's done at our middle schools. Saturday, May 21st, I dashed back from a wedding in Big Bear because I wanted to attend the arts festival that was taking place at our parks. And this truly was an arts festival where they had visual artists, they had music, they had other music and dancing going on. It was just a lovely festival here in Duck Park, whatever that's really called, Rancho Susana. Anyway, it was lovely. Yes, that one. Also attended that evening Royal High School's musical Funny Things Happen on the Way to the Forum. What a phenomenal performance that was put on by Royal High School. May 23rd, Monday, I did appreciate the opportunity to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Casey Nicholson, Randy Van Winkle, Travis White, Tyler Stanley. Congratulations on their new senior police officer positions. Also had an opportunity to interview a neighborhood council perspective person with Councilmember Levinos, and also attended the Lou Roth Awards, and that was put on by the Simi Valley Ed Foundation. I will tell you the Lifetime Achievement Award, and I'm going blank on her name, but a wonderful math teacher that teaches at Apollo High School, and she is even choosing, even though her husband, they've moved away, she's choosing to teach one more year because she's so dedicated to these students. And it just speaks to the spirit of Simi Valley and those who are here. Wednesday, May 25th, I had the fun of attending the special luncheon held at the Senior Center in celebration of Older Americans Month. It was a happening party, let me tell you. Great food, great music. They know how to have fun there. Later that evening, had fun interviewing with Councilmember Levinos for Neighborhood Councils 1 and 3. Appreciated that. May 26th, Thursday, I attended VCOG's Administration Committee meeting where we did some scheduling. Also attended an open house at Wood Ranch Elementary. Like I said, we have an amazing community. Lots of people doing lots of things. June 3rd, was able to represent the city attending the Mountain View Elementary School retirement celebration where we honored Sandra Atkins, who is retiring after 25 years. Also gave a certificate to Terry Johnson at Wood Ranch, who opened when that elementary school opened. She had a classroom there and has taught in that same classroom all the years of Wood Ranch's existence. And bless her heart, she's retiring this year, just as her grandchildren hit first grade. There may be something to that. But anyway, I know that our district is filled with wonderful people retiring. So thank you to all the wonderful educators that we have and all that they do. On June 4th, attended the Community Council, as Councilmember Judge mentioned. It was a great way to celebrate all of our volunteers. Monday, June 6th, volunteered and helped with the Simi Valley Ed Foundation golf tournament. I'm not a golfer, but I learned much, and it's always good to see funds being raised for education. Attended the Youth Council meeting on June 7th, and they were being recognized for all the great things they're doing, and it's time for a new Youth Council to be selected, and so that's all taking place. Wednesday, June 8th, attended the Task Force on Business Development, also the Veterans Foundation. A couple things I want to mention with both of those. Tomorrow, June 14th at 4 o'clock, in honor of Flag Day, the veterans are having a special ceremony at the Veterans Courtyard there at the mall. And so everyone is invited to, as they retire and place new flags, to join them in celebrating. So that's tomorrow, the 14th, I believe at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
4:30.
Is it 4:30? Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just talked to Tony tonight.
Oh, I appreciate you saying that. Okay, 4:30 tomorrow. And also, the Task Force on Business Development, one of the attendees is a representative from Moore Park. He expressed the event that they just had where they honored their top tax producers with a luncheon and the 5 largest employers and the hotels. Anyway, I thought that might be kind of fun to have something similar for our city. Anyway, Friday, June 10th, attended with Councilmember Judge, the grand opening of Anya, actually with the mayor, sorry, Anna Urban Yoga. Am I saying that right? Ajna. I worked on that. Yes.
I thought it was a drink.
No, Ajna. Anyway, we are great things happening. I did want to share today, as we attended the Council on Aging's meeting, one of the things they chose to do was to, their mission statement's been in existence probably for over 20 years. They chose to vote and approve a new mission statement. I just wanted to conclude by reading what that new mission statement is of our Council on Aging. And I have to tell you, you were asking about donating, Councilmember Levinos. When I attended the luncheon, the woman I sat next to said, "This is the best senior center ever, and I've put them in my will because I so appreciate what they do here." So let me read this proposed mission statement. It says, or the approved mission statement. The mission of the Simi Valley Council on Aging is to identify and serve the needs of Simi Valley seniors through the advocacy, development, support, funding, and implementation of programs, events, and services that provide seniors with maximum independence, safety, security, health, and quality of life. And that concludes my report.
Nice.
Thank you.
Okay, you took a couple off my list.
Sorry.
No, that's quite all right. May 19th, I was again privileged to give a tour of City Hall to a group of scouts. It's always a lot of fun for me because I take them into the council chambers and let them sit on the dais and go through some faux hearings. And I think sometimes they outperform us, so I'm a little concerned. But no, in reality, it's nice to take them through, show them the city manager's office. And thank you to the city manager for allowing a group of 8 or 10 kids to go walking right into his office and taking a look, and also to the city attorney who wasn't there that day. But at any rate, it's a lot of fun, and I highly recommend any opportunity to deal with the scouts to bring them here and tour them through the facility. Mayor Pro Tem mentioned tomorrow, 4:30, Flag Day at the Town Center. I also attended the Happy Face celebration. I forgot what exactly the name of it was, but it's another event that the Rotary did, and it looked like a success, a lot of good music and a lot of happy people running around. I'd like to say thank you to the voters who voted on Election Day. It says a lot about a community when everybody votes. Doesn't matter what they vote for, who they vote for. What matters is they get out and vote. I'd like to say to our police department, this thank you across the board in general. And I'm sorry that you sometimes have to listen to people say they want to defund the police when we all know how needed you are and the work that is done. And like I always say, I can go to bed at night and sleep nicely because I know Simi PD is out on the streets protecting us. On Thursday, May 26th, I met with, thank you to the Chamber of Commerce, they put together a meeting with the auto dealers, and we got together at a place called Fun Burger, which is over off Sycamore, real close to Chick-fil-A. Very, very good place, super nice people, and they just bought it, and so I really highly recommend going in and giving it a try. It's another good new food establishment here in Simi Valley. On Friday, May 27th, I had a phone meeting with Congressman Garcia, along with city manager, and just discussions about requests we have made for funding for different projects in the city. And as always, Congressman Garcia is a great guy to talk to and works with us in within great detail, and we can understand what's going on when talking to him. And also, I went to the summer reading kickoff, and I went to the yoga. I'm not even going to try saying it, Elaine, but that was good. It was up at the town center, right in the key where you go towards Studio Movie Grill. Really nice place, and they said you can come in and you don't even have to do yoga. You can just come in and sit down and relax. And I thought, perfect, that's me. And that was my couple of weeks. And tonight, it's time, we do have, 9B? 10B. Okay, 10B, do we have any requests for new agenda items? Yes, sir.
It's been brought to my attention by a citizen in the city that there's an issue we have we have an ordinance on the books, and I'd like to bring it back to be agendized so we can discuss it more than anything else, because it's, I don't know if it's timely or what, but it seems like an ordinance that's, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It deals with sea containers on private property. Sea container are the boxes that you can secure, you know what I'm talking about? I guess the ordinance says they're absolutely not allowed in the city of Simi Valley, and I don't understand why. That's why I'd like to bring an ordinance back so we can be discussed and tell us why that ordinance is that way, because I can't see the difference between a sea container and a storage unit. I don't see the difference, as long as they can be put out of public view, so I'd like to have that brought back.
So just for clarification, they're not allowed in residential zones, but they are in commercial industrial if they can't be seen from the street, but we can certainly bring it back if you want.
Cool,
I'll second that.
thank you.
Okay, got it? See him? Yeah, he's got it.
Mayor, I have 3 requests.
Yeah,
I think-
that's fine, go ahead.
The first one, I believe that was already approved, but I just want to make sure that there will be rainbow lights at the municipal center.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. My second one, and I went ahead and purchased the pride flag, the inclusive pride flag, that is ready to be flown, as it has been flown at the state capitol. Here it is. It has been flown at the state capitol in Sacramento, Ventura County. They have not had any legal issues or conflicts. No other groups have gone to them and said, can you fly our flag as well? And just a little education, this is the Pride Inclusive because the black stripe represents black community, brown stripe represents brown community. This is the transgender flag, and the rainbow represents all the intersectionality of all the groups within LGBTQ community that have been included. So I am requesting that this be flown at our city council.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the city attorney.
Well, I can state that in discussions with the city manager, the topic of conversation for the city council is, generally speaking, if you allow one flag on a city flagpole, and that's considered a public forum, then you're in a position where you have to allow other types of flags, which could include flags that are emblematic of hate. And so there was a case just recently, a Boston Supreme Court case. In essence, in that case, basically concluded that the city of Boston had granted permits in 50 different instances, including the types of groups that Councilmember Luevanos discussed, but there was one group that wanted to put up a Christian flag, and the city of Boston said no. And the Supreme Court said that the city of Boston was discriminating against that particular group, and therefore said it violated the First Amendment. So I just want the council to know that if you allow one sort of flag, you will open the door to other sorts of flags, and I'll repeat, which could include flags that are emblematic of hate.
I just want to clarify that the LGBTQ flag is not a religion or a belief. It is an existence.
That's correct, and the city of Boston allowed that sort of flag, and those are some of the arguments, I think, that were made, but ultimately, the Supreme Court said that that Christian flag was also being discriminated against, and it had to allow that flag.
Well, Oxnard and Ventura City, That's why I'm giving specific regional examples. Ventura Fluid, City Ventura Fluid, Oxnard Fluid, the Ventura County Municipal Building Fluid, it's flown in Sacramento as well, so, and they haven't had any issues with other groups requesting their flags to be flown. So that's why I'm requesting it to be flown here. I would like actions, to demonstrate.
There could be other issues related to those cities, demographics and other circumstances into play that cause those cities to make those determinations.
And I'll just jump in. It has been the city's policy to only allow the American flag, the California state flag, and the city's flag to be flown on our flagpoles.
So can I get a second for my motion? Okay, here is my, I will continue to be pride for the city, for all of the families here.
And I think we should be careful. I mean, lights are being put up. I think that what it's been well stated is that it opens up to all sorts of things, and it's not our policy to hang flags. It has nothing to do with our support or non-support. I think it just makes legal sense to continue with the policies that we have in place.
And I invite you all to come to the Pride event in August for Ventura County and to attend any of the other Pride events that are happening. It means a lot to our youth especially and to our families to see the rest of you there as well. My last request is to, with regard to the water issue, look at possibly an ordinance removing non-functional turf in the community to include schools and parks. We need to figure out what we're going to do with this drought issue. I would like for our kids to keep their soccer fields and baseball fields, but that means that the rest of us have to sacrifice. That's functional turf. That's something that's used for grass, but we don't need grass to sit, The kids need it for soccer. That's one of the ways that other cities are dealing with the drought issue, is to look at getting rid of non-functional turf. I think that's something that we can all do as a community for our families and our kids. So can we put that on an agenda, investigate that?
I personally think they're already doing it themselves, having been on the park board. The last time we had a water shortage, we started doing it at that point, and so I think we should just reach out to them instead. Plus, I think the schools have an overlay. I don't think we can tell the schools what to do.
Actually, other cities have done it.
I'm talking about our city.
Well, it can be done. Whether we choose to do so is another option, but I would like a discussion.
So we are currently working with our staff, are currently working with schools and parks regarding their use of non-functional turf, what can be let go fallow, and looking at exchanges between watering the athletic fields versus letting some of the other areas go that are not necessarily required to be watered. So we continue to work with them regarding trying to meet the water reduction deadlines.
Could we maybe compromise on this and have whoever you have talking to them, talk to them, and then report back to us?
We can.
Well, my fear is, they are separate entities, and I don't want to be the big city trying to tell the school district what to do or the park district.
But we're water board members. This is our capacity as water board members, not as city council members.
Yeah, let us, so we're, obviously
Yeah,
this.
good point.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just
No,
saying,
that's fine.
I know you're thinking of city council, but, we wear three hats up here on this dais. We are part of we're on the Water Board of Trustees, Library Board of Trustees, and City Council. So I am speaking in our capacity as Board of Trustees for water.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for.
So in that capacity, it does involve parks and schools.
So we're just, obviously this is, the council just adopted the guidelines in the last meeting. We're starting to have those discussions. Give us a little bit of time and let us report back to you. We can provide a memo to council boxes. I can continue to give you status of our discussions with the school and parks and what steps that everyone is taking, city included, in order to reduce the non-functional turf.
Yeah, because I think
that's
there's
critical.
there's something there, and I'm not picking on the city, but when you go by whatever facility and their grass is nice and green and everybody else has to have brown grass,
It's a problem.
it's a problem.
Yeah.
So there's something in between.
I also think we should be, and maybe this is part of the report, just be careful too, because although we are over District 8, 2/3 of our city is Golden State, and they have different, we don't.
I live in Golden State.
As do I, and I think as does Mike. I think that we need to, so theoretically, we don't have purview over the schools, et cetera, that are in that water district per se. And so I think it'd be good to understand what Golden State is also advocating and expressing for their.
Well, and to that regard, and I don't want to go too far off topic or on topic, quite frankly, is there are fines that happen at the end of the day. So if water cutbacks aren't happening at the parks and schools, they potentially can be fined. Golden State Water has already come out and indicated their fining process. The city has one too. We're trying to go through an education process as opposed to a fining process. So there is financial repercussions if they don't comply.
I'm concerned with enforcement, so.
Okay,
So yes to a report?
We'll provide updates to the city council.
timely updates. Thank you.
And happy Father's Day to the fathers and out here next Sunday. I want to be sure to include that in my report as well.
Oh, wait, before we go off, I have to say happy anniversary to my wife.
That was probably a pretty smart move. Okay, we ready? Obviously, we need to adjourn tonight in memory of folks. First off, I just want to say, I don't know if any of us mentioned Uvalde, Texas, and I just want to share, and I think the city should prepare a letter, and which my guess is they probably have, but at any rate, send something from this council to that council and acknowledge their loss. Additionally, we lost a young man named Eric Smith, and I don't know if everybody remembers Eric, but he ran for council. He was a young man. Mike, what was he? Probably early 20s? And he was real active in the community, a very intelligent young guy. And recently he passed due to a sickness, and so we will be adjourning in memory of him and sending the certificate from us to his family, who is also very active in this community politically and otherwise. So we'll do that. And also, Officer of Houston Tipping, wait a minute, excuse me. His Houston Tipping is his name, of Los Angeles Police Department. And was he the resident of Simi Valley? Yes. So we'll send out our regards to him. And with that, tonight's meeting's adjourned.